the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education has stepped in to avert a possible teachers' strike over concerns surrounding the Social Health Authority. A meeting bringing together the Teachers Service Commission, SHA, Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, and the Kenya National Union of Teachers agreed on key changes to improve healthcare services for teachers. Under the new plan, teachers will no longer be required to make co-payments when visiting health facilities.
There is going to be a revision upwards to where it was on the issue of the capitation, especially on the capping of the outpatient cover.
We have cases of teachers paying, going deep into their pockets. Much as we have a comprehensive cover, teachers still pay service providers. We have agreed with the SHA that this must stop.
The UDA party is set to begin its repeat Phase 2 grassroots elections today across 18 counties, with about 450,000 candidates vying for 20 positions in each county. The party has urged voters to maintain peace and freely choose their preferred candidates during the exercise.
The whole idea of this repeat is to give an opportunity to those that seats were uncontested, and those who did not meet the threshold of what was required for the elections to give it a second go, and to allow those who might have been left out of the process also to come on board.
We had a meeting with the Deputy Party Leader, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, for the All Kalau seat. And we wish to report that already 10 candidates have shown interest.
Police in Nanyuki have shot dead a suspected robber and arrested another after robbery incident in Mugambi Estate. Officers also recovered a pistol and ammunition. According to Laikipia East OCPD Daniel Kitavi, the officers were on routine patrol following a rise in robberies in the area over the past month. He says CCTV footage shows the suspect breaking into homes and stealing valuables.
Tuliweza kupata gari fulani ambayo ilikuwa imepakiwa kwa msitu na ilikuwa na watu ndani. Watu karibu watu 4. So wakati polisi walipokaribiwa waliwasimamisha na wakawaamurisha watoke kwa gari. Badala ya kutoka kwa gari waliweza kukimbia na hiyo gari yao, na mmoja katika wale walikuwa ndani ya gari pale akatoa bunduki akapiga risasi moja kwa upande wa polisi. Polisi waliweza kujibu hiyo risasi na wakapiga hiyo gari kwa mguu ikatoboka, na wakapiga risasi nyingine ikashika mtu mmoja ambaye alipigwa risasi hapo na akaaga.
Iran says it cannot reopen the Strait of Hormuz right now, blaming what it calls ongoing violations by the United States and Israel. Speaking on social media, Iran's chief negotiator Mohammad Ghalibaf accused the US of blocking Iranian ports and said the situation is affecting global economy. He also claimed Israel is continuing military actions across different fronts. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
All right, welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing, City Muga?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Paul Mbuvi.
Uko salama sana?
Kabisa.
Naona unaangalia tu the headlines zinasema namna gani, tutakuwa tunaziangalia shortly.
Nimeangalia headlines, in fact sasa nimeamua kwa sport.
Na sasa umeangalia timu gani imefanya nini saa ngapi wapi na nani?
Ile page naangalia inaambia watu wanacheza mpira.
Umeona mahali Barcelona ilicheza jana?
No.
Walifanya kazi mzuri sana. Umeona mahali Man City ilicheza jana? Walifanya pia kazi mzuri sana. Liverpool haikucheza jana. Lakini ilicheza on Saturday na ilicheza vizuri sana. Iliweza kutandika Everton. Mabao 2-1. Lakini acha nikwambie tu ukweli, tulibahatika. Hiyo game ilikuwa itoke vibaya sana. Tungekuwa tukilia machozi.
Basi kilichozuia kibaya ilikuwa nini?
No, I mean like there's one goal that was just a fluke, man.
Fluke.
Unajua ile imeingia tu kibahati, mnasema hii imeingia aje?
Hiyo.
Yes. Also the Man City Arsenal game, there is one goal that was just a fluke. Watu waliangalia wakuuliza hiyo how when,
yani ilikuwa ni wakati wa mafluki.
It was not even intended to be a goal. It ended up being a goal. Yeah, so it is what it is.
A goal that is a goal but wasn't intended to be a goal.
Yes.
What sort of goal is that?
You know, someone can kick the ball towards you, and then you probably wanted to kick it towards a fellow player, a teammate. Then unaichapa tu na badala iende wenye ulikuwa unapatia inaingia kwa goal. Sijui kama unanielewa.
You are planning to score but not that way.
Yes. Or you are actually blocking your opponent, then you end up actually deflecting the ball
accidentally.
Yes.
And
then well, yeah, it could be an own goal, but it could also be your goal for your team,
but it is not what
you are not intending to kick that ball into the
in the manner it was kicked
into the net. Yes.
So sasa kama jana ilikuwa ni siku ya
I didn't watch any of the games yesterday. I was so sleepy. I just nililala, but niamka asubuhi nikaangalia nikaona venye watu walicheza nikasema good job. But specifically on I think it was on Sunday when Man City and Arsenal were playing. There's a time the goalkeeper alikuwa na set ball vizuri ndio afanya nini? Aitandike.
Then what happened?
Jamaa fulani akakuja kumfanya nini? Akakuja kumconfront pale ndio afanya nini? Amnyang'anye mpira alafu ascore. But in the process of kumnyang'anya ule mpira ukaingia ndani. So it was an unintended goal, but it was a goal nonetheless, and it actually favored them. Umeelewa?
Nimeelewa sana.
Alikuwa anataka kumnyang'anya mpira.
Yes.
Naye goalkeeper alikuwa anajitayarisha kuchapa mpira uende kule mbali. Lakini yule jamaa alikuwa anakuja ndiye amnyang'anya mpira, ndiye aseti vizuri aichape ingie ndani. Katika ile harakati ya kumnyang'anya mpira ukaingia.
So you could argue that the ball had its own mind.
Exactly. Right. We'll talk about food. One of these fine days we'll come and sit here with Sports Garage and we just talk about football and other sport.
Right.
It is now 8 minutes past 6 o'clock. Wacha niwaambie kile kilifanyika cha maana in history. In let me see. In 1661, Charles II is formally crowned king, restoring the British monarchy. And then there's a gentleman here nimeona. In 1969, is it Sirhan or Sahan is sentenced to death for the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy, and that sentence was later commuted. Robert F. Kennedy was the younger brother of John F. Kennedy, yes, the president who had been assassinated.
F ilikuwa nini? Fitzgerald.
It's Fitzgerald, eh? Okay. So Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy aliweza kuuawa na huyu jamaa, he's Palestinian. They say Palestinian Jordanian.
Hizo ni hadithi.
So alimfiatua bastola pale na alimshoot mara 3. Bunduki ya risasi ya kwanza iliweza kuingia kichwani, zile zingine 2 risasi zikaingia kifuani, alafu risasi moja iliweza kupita kwa jaketi yake ikumguza ikaenda ikagonga ukuta. But the folks that were there, because Robert Kennedy was addressing journalists, so the folks that were there actually subdued Sirhan. And he was later sentenced to death, but that sentence was commuted to life in prison, and he's still in prison. He has been denied parole several times. The last one being, I think, March 1st, 2023. They told him, bruh, there's no freedom for you, my friend.
For him, freedom is not coming. Well, you are.
Yes.
It is fascinating, truly, truly fascinating to observe human contradictions.
Yes.
And there is no arena where the contradictions play out more than in politics. The Irish, of whom JFK and his brother were, should we say, JFK and his brother traced their ancestry to Ireland. When they came to the US, they were discriminated upon by the Anglo-Saxons in ways that you cannot imagine. They were derided. They were treated as second, if not third-class citizens.
Yes.
The same thing happened to the Italians. The same thing happens to the Poles, the Czechs, and so forth. But the thing that is fascinating is you understand what it means to have left your country willingly because of the problems that you're facing. You come into a new place to start a new life, and you overcome all the difficulties of discrimination. Then when an opportunity is provided for you to actually express having learnt the bitterness of that, you end up doing the same. See, J.F. Kennedy is unique in the sense that he seemed to actually embody this ethos of understanding and saying, Apana, we are treating a sector of our community badly. It is during his time that all these ideas of repealing certain laws within their constitution that discriminated against the blacks people, it's during his time that these things were begun in earnest. And strangely enough,
President John?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The repealing of the Slavery Act is attributed to Abraham Lincoln. But his successor, Lyndon Johnson, surprisingly, a southerner, is the person who even now ensured that some of these laws were actually entrenched. That's the contradiction. Here are people who first and foremost claim to be Christians, and then the very Christian values that they should actually live by, they do not. And they find it is okay. Therein lies the contradiction.
Okay.
So,
interesting.
Yes, the animal farm now comes into play.
Yes.
We are all equal, but some are more equal than
others.
Yes.
This gentleman, Sahan Sahan, who is still incarcerated in the US, he was interviewed and he told journalists that the reason why he attacked Senator Robert and killed him is because that senator, he supported the sending of fighter jets to his country to kill innocent Palestinians during that time, and he said that he just couldn't stand it, and he bought a revolver, went and just fiatured it on this guy.
The history of you see, Jordan is not a republic, it's a monarchy. The relationship with America goes a long way back, and even with the UK. And this man was not wrong in stating that America would donate jet fighters.
Jet fighters.
To Jordan.
Right.
Now, did the Americans know that that's what they were going to use it for? Or were they given specifically so that they could kill Palestinians? I don't think so. But what I think isn't important, the complications that arise from the understanding that nations have with other nations in this day and age of the 21st century will always be under scrutiny. Because people will ask the consequences of that association, how has it harmed other people? And that's why that debate that arises from what the comment that gentleman made to the journalist comes into play.
But now for him to actually shoot the senator and eventually kill him, because the senator didn't die immediately, he died like 26 hours later, or after being taken to hospital, they couldn't save his life. But what was he hoping to achieve? Because there's the US has got several senators.
And he's the only senator. For that to happen, one senator couldn't have determined it.
I believe there are other ways.
Was he the chairman of a certain committee that dealt with such matters?
Perhaps I'll need to read up on that.
In fact, I am simply furthering the debate that arises from a comment of that nature. Because it opened up an entire conversation.
Yes.
Okay? So if it's a question of fault, where does the fault lie? Okay? Are the jet fighters the only contribution that the US made to Jordan? The answer would be no. What else did they do for the Jordanians? Now there's a quarrel in the Middle East. People leave their country of origin and go to the next one. Right now we have a conflict in Sudan.
Yes.
There are Sudanese going into Chad. There are Sudanese coming into East Africa. Okay? South Sudanese coming into East Africa, into Kenya. Same with Somalia.
Yeah.
So when these things happen, and say for instance there's a government and the Kenya government supports that particular government, and a committee that of parliament that decides that Kenya wants to offer this support, so we blame the chairman because they offered support to that particular government.
I'm sure there was another way of him being heard. Perhaps he should have lobbied in a different way.
I'm bringing it home. We have been accused of housing Hemedi. Okay?
Yes.
And it is said because he has committed atrocities, which he has. His army has.
Yeah.
I argued the other day that let us have an honest conversation. There was a time when the entirety of what was then the Somalia government was actually resident in Nairobi.
Yeah, they conducted everything from here.
Yes, exactly. Now, there was a time when there are those who are considered to be in the opposition from that country were also domiciled in Nairobi. Okay? There was a time when Garang, who later became the president of Sudan, Garang was a teacher in Kenya.
Yes, I actually know where he used to live.
Yes. Okay? I gave the example of President Kagame. I gave the example of Tanzania. Look, on this continent, people have lived in other countries when they've had problems.
True.
Okay? At the time when people like Mugabe, when people like Herbert Chitepo were living in Zambia, they were considered dangerous and they were being looked after. They were being sought after by the South African forces. They were criminals as far as they were concerned. But on the other hand, the people called them freedom fighters. You see, what do? We don't offer, or we offer. You don't offer, one could say you are not being partisan, you're supporting a certain end. You offer, it would be partisan if we denied one party entry into the country, would it not?
It would.
Who have we denied?
But on the other hand, on this Hemedi issue, it's like it's never really clear because no one is really saying anything. You see, like in the case of that gentleman, or WikiLeaks, he was housed in an embassy somewhere, and they made it public. I'm forgetting the exact the country that he was in, and then he was later kicked out because he started behaving crazy in that embassy. But they declared and they said, look guys, we have him here with us, he's safe, so if you'd like to engage with him, kindly engage with us so that we can give you access to him because he's under our protection. Now, if that were the case here in Kenya, we should also get details of the same. Let our minister or our government tell us, look, we are hosting or we are housing Hemedi. We have given him a passport, or his brother a passport, or his cousin or whoever. We've given him a passport because he's going to be operating from Kenya. He sought asylum and we have offered him that asylum. Ndio ikuwe wazi. What I think Kenyans have an issue with, and the people writing those stories about Hemedi and everyone else, is that ni kama inafanywa chini ya maji. All right? If the government is not doing anything wrong, they just come out and say, look guys, we did this, we offered so and so asylum, we offered another person asylum, we offered another one asylum, or we gave them a safe haven, we gave them a place to operate from, yeah, as they sort out issues in their country. I believe it's not a bad thing because we've seen other leaders being exiled in different countries all over the world, but it is well known, it is documented that City Muga ako Mali, na ako Mali sababu anatoroka serikali ya Kenya ambayo anasema inataka kumfanya nini, kumaliza. Lakini akiwa hapa Mali tunamsaidia hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi, na hivi ndivyo mtakuwa mkiengage na yeye. I believe that perhaps should be a way that the government should have handled this situation. That's my opinion.
When you have the sort of situation you have in Sudan, where government forces are actually fighting against each other.
Yes.
Because the rapid deployment force was part of government. They were actually set up to do what they were doing. Then they disagreed. Okay? So who is in charge? Because this, my friend, these are not elected leaders. Okay? The army took over.
Yes.
And it's the army that took over that is fighting with itself.
Right.
So who do you support?
At the end of the day, you don't support any, but you're willing to listen for the sake of the citizens of that country. Because remember, if that country is not safe, then we, their neighbors, are not safe. It's only a matter of time before that drama just spills over.
Not before a matter of time. It already spills over.
Exactly.
But you see what I'm getting at is, it brings about debate, and that debate is what brings about clarity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ndio maana nasema serikali iko na jukumu kubwa zaidi kuliko sisi hata journalists kusema mahali wamesimama. Alafu sasa wacha sisi tufanye hiyo debate na pia Wakenya wenzetu wafanye debate, na ndio kitu itokezee, ndio serikali ione okay sawa. Watu wanasema hivi, wale wanasema hivi, sasa sisi wacha tufanye nini? Wacha tufanye Kenya wanataka. That way I believe we will move forward. But anyway, we shall probably bring someone who understands international relations and conflict so that we can understand what the hell. Meanwhile, are we still in Rwanda? Of course we are.
We are. We are. Pregnancy.
Yeah?
Yes, pregnancy. And fire cannot be kept secret.
Very true. Very true. Pregnancy and fire cannot be, because fire burns.
Yes, it does.
Fire produces heat.
Yes.
Fire also produces other products like smoke and so on and so forth. So you really can't hide fire. You cannot contain fire.
No, you can't. And sooner rather than later, one will become visible.
Haya, mimba pia hizi ficha. Kitumbo huwa kinafura. Unaanza kukua na morning sickness kwa leo na kuanga nayo. Eventually you will need to go into labor and you will need to deliver that child. So you cannot hide pregnancy.
Yes, and you can't be a bit pregnant. You are either pregnant or you're not.
Or you're not.
Yes.
I like that one. Kwambia Rwandese wanafikirianga. Watu ni kama wale Waswahili walisema penye moshi hapako si moto. Ama wanasemanga nini? Wewe Waswahili. Siwi ni Maganga ni Mswahili. Atuambie.
Mswahili ni openje.
Haya, let's check out what's making headlines on radiogeneration.co.ke. The first story here takes us to SHA. Duale exposes bizarre SHA fraud cases as man lists 375 children. Yeah? This man, how many wives does he have? A case in which one person attempted to register 375 children under a single health cover has laid bare the scale of fraud targeting the Social Health Authority, with Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale telling the Senate that the government is confronting organized abuse of the system. Duale said the anomalies uncovered by the digital platform show coordinated schemes involving individuals, clinicians, and private hospitals seeking to manipulate claims. He maintained, however, that the system has proven effective in identifying and stopping irregular submissions before any money is paid out. He clarified that reports claiming the shillings 12.7 billion had been lost are misleading, explaining that the figure refers to claims that were flagged as suspicious and rejected. Okay. I think tulisema hiki tujuzi pia, si ndio?
What I'm happy about, he's explaining it.
Yeah.
Now that gives us an opportunity to dig deep and to find out whether what he's saying is true or not.
Ni kweli.
But amesema.
But also, this is the second time, I believe. No, not the second. I think it could be like the fourth time. CS Duale is coming to tell us about an issue with SHA. The first time, I think alituambia something to do with the very many people who are trying to register in different counties and trying to get money from SHA. Then akatuambia ile time nyingine about some 50 billion. Then leo amekuja ametuambia juu ya watoto 375 and one person who has got 50 wives.
50 wives gani?
Yeah, among the extreme cases presented was that of a man who declared 375 children as dependents, while another individual listed more than 50 spouses under one cover.
It was not computer error.
Let me ask you something, City.
Ask me something.
King Solomon had how many wives? 300, right? And about 700 concubines.
Something like that.
So it's actually possible to have 50 spouses, yeah?
Yeah, Solomon Maze likes to enjoy.
No. He was a king. He could have all that. It's okay.
No, you were. Okay, so he had.
He was wise. He was rich. He was famous.
That wisdom now is a bit fractured.
Yeah.
But what are you doing 700 concubines?
Bro, he was a wise man.
And I'm telling you that.
So he had 1,000 spouses.
That wisdom is in question. Where is the wisdom in having 700 spies?
No. He had sorry, he had 1000 spice, if you're gonna go with that word. Jamaa alikuwa na mabibi 1,000.
Kuna kazi nyingine alikuwa anafanyaga?
So a year has got what, 375 days, right? 365, sorry. So 365
nipige story.
Kila siku unajipanga na kama watatu hivi. On a bad day you have two. Unanipata?
Sikupati.
Unipati? So unapangia kila mtu wakati wake, ama kuna wakati uko na watatu at the same time na have a conversation, unamuza shida yako ni nini, nguo utasotiwa yako ni nini, makeup, good, got you.
What I will tell you is that in that process utapata wasaidizi.
Haina shida.
You think so?
Haina shida bro.
You think so?
Haina shida. Hata
I'm sure. And you think you will know all of them?
I'm sure hata kuna wengine alikuwa anaangalia hivi anasema ule hata nilimpatanga aje. Ule nini linituma huko ule.
No. Wewe utawajua wote.
1000. Of course. By the time they are yours. Okay, let's go with the wives. 300 wives makes sense. 700
makes what sense?
300 wives make sense, bro.
No. 300.
Unajua siti wewe umezeeka wezi elewa hizi story. Anyway, that is yes Duale na zile mashida ametuambia ziko kwa sha. Speaker Wetangula declares all Kalau parliamentary seat vacant. On Monday during Generation Report tuliketi hapa na wanasiasa wawili, and one of them is an aspirant, the other one is a sitting MCA. She's nominated, and they were telling us that this all Kalau seat is going to be a test for Rigathi Gachagua, because now this is smack in the middle.
But did they not say that Mbere was going to be a test?
No. Mbere unajua alisupport candidate wa DP. Unakumbuka? Walisupport candidate wa mheshimiwa JB Muturi, and they did not capture that seat. Now this one for All Kalau amesema DCP is going to field a candidate. So DCP, this one is going to be a huge test for them. They're also fielding a candidate in kunaitwa juko Emurua Dikir. Huko pia wana field candidate. So wacha tuone venye itaenda. High Court holds closure of Kenya Institute of Management days after TVETA order. Jana Migos Ogamba ambaye ndiye waziri wa elimu alikuanga kule parliament akiulizwa maswali na akajibu. Akaulizwa mbona bwana mnaamka tu siku moja mnafunga hii college na mnaanza kushtua watu, kuna watu wamesoma, kuna wengine hata wako serikalini wako na hivyo vyeti vya kutoka Kenya Institute of Management. Akasema hold on guys, hold on. Yeah, hiyo kitu, first of all their qualifications are valid. So if you have a certificate, a diploma from
Apana Jali,
akasema usipanic, hiyo yako iko safe, because there is an MP who asked, so the folks who are working in government with certificates from Kim, what are we trying to say?
Kwanza utakuta serikali ndio iliwapeleka huko.
Well, what are you trying to say about those folks? Hey, amigo Sogamba akasema, hey mheshimiwa, panic. The people we have employed are qualified, including those ones who graduated from Kim. So yeah, let's wait and see how this pans out. But of course, just like we had predicted here with Wakili Ndongo, alisema that Kim will go to court and hii kitu itasimamishwa as they do for the investigations. What I want to know is what they will do to the board, or is it the commission or the leadership management of TVETA, because you amwezi amka tu siku moja na mfunge tu shule hivyo bwana, hapana, kuendangi hivyo kidogo, hiyo ni tricky. Government warns of looming health crisis as waste mismanagement spirals. That one you will get it inside radiogeneration.co.ke. Right now though, I want to give you that thing that we call traffic updates and let you know which roads are currently usable, the ones that are impassable, and the ones that perhaps you should avoid.
Traffic.
Ngong Road iko sawa. Kuna kwanga na traffic saizi kweli wasi? Hakuna anga traffic. Wapi city wapi? Gitanga Road iko tu sawa. Dennis Street naona iko fiti. Oloitoktok Road huku ni wapi? Kuko sawa. Watu wakileleshwa mnasonga vizuri tena sana. Loresho naona pia huko everything is A-okay. If you're coming from Lavington, you're heading towards Wayaki Way via James Gishuru, that road is looking fantastico. If you're heading towards Ngongo Road via Kingara Road, also that one is looking good. Naivasha Road kule Kinyanjui Road, watu wa Satellite, watu wa Kawangware, mnasonga vizuri tena sana. Let me see where else we could be having trouble. Ongata Rongai, this particular hour is also looking good. I can see that you guys are moving quite well from Goroi, heading towards along Magadi Road towards Multimedia University. Hiyo barabara inakaa iko sawa kabisa, no complaints whatsoever. If I take a look at Isli, bahali yake hiyo mahali iko sawa kabisa, hakuna shida yoyote, magari inasonga vizuri, ni kama watu hajaamka bado kuenda kufanya makazi. Embakasi, easy sides are North Airport North Road. Not looking bad at all. Actually, wait a minute. There's somewhere called Miadak CBD that can stretch heading towards Taj Mahal roundabout. That one is jam-packed a little bit, but you're moving nonetheless. If you're joining Mombasa Road, well, you have no problem whatsoever. You guys are moving quite well. Mlolongo pia, hizo sehemu zote mkirudi nyuma mkienda Kitengela kule sehemu za Kajiado County, hiyo yote iko sawa kabisa. Nikiwapeleka moja kwa moja hadi Mombasa County. Mombasa County iko sawa kabisa. Pia sioni trafiki yoyote, magari yanasonga vizuri kule tunaonoka, naona mko sawa. Kuna ka red spot pale, barabara inaitwa nini? You see where Faza Road meets Biashara Street? Yes, there's a road in between. It has no name. Imeandikwa A109. Hiyo sasa ndio iko na jam. Na ni kwa sababu watu ni kama wanapata ka bottleneck pale wakiweza kuingia katika wakielekea Kisauni Road. Yeah, lakini nonetheless iko sawa kabisa. Makawi Road no problem. Maalim Juma Mohamed, Abdel Nasser Road, hizo zote ziko sawa. Mlango wa Papa Road, majina mnayo kule Mombasani. Haya, if you see anything I need to know about, well, you know where to find me at Radio Gen KE across all of them.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Front page of the Star newspaper. Gachagua in big war with Mount Kenya MPs and county chiefs.
Over?
Yeah, so now this story is on page 4 and 5, but they're saying DCP leader fronts candidates to challenge incumbents. But even ndivyo inakuanga bro.
I wouldn't know.
No. Now, if I have a party and the party is predominantly a regional party, I will definitely field candidates in that region. In that region, I believe I am strong in. And if you are an incumbent, then woe unto you. It's either you fight harder or you resign and let me prevail. I'm an Amnagani City.
You know, political competition is one of those competitions that is full of contradictions and confusions.
All right.
And uncertainties. We talk about freedoms.
Yes.
But freedoms seem to apply to a situation which favors us in most cases. The moment it doesn't favor us in any way, then we kick a big fuss about it. And we call it all sorts of names.
Yes.
If you own a political party, and this is not me saying something in a manner I don't mean to say, I mean to say it. If you own a political party,
yes,
like Rigiji owns DCP, he has every right to field candidates wherever he sees fit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does Oburu own a political party?
That one is in contention. That's why there's
the ownership.
Yes. There's Linda Wananchi. Then there's the other one, Linda.
Does he own the Linda ground?
That one is also in question.
Okay, what does Oburu own?
Oburu is party leader.
Okay, let me ask this again. Does Kalonzo own a party?
Oh yes, he does.
Wiper, right?
Yeah, clearly. Lock, stock and barrel.
Rigathi owns DCP.
Yes, he does.
Right? Does Wetangula own Ford K?
He thinks, but there are signs that
he doesn't.
Yes. No, with Wetangula he owns a faction.
Okay.
Within it.
Does Mudavadi own ANC?
ANC doesn't exist. What?
Acha niendele. ODM Sifuna faction linked to New People's Renaissance movement. Do you know there's a new party in town?
I didn't know there was a party called the Renaissance Party.
I also saw it yesterday in the news.
But now you have told me, so I know.
I saw it yesterday in the news, and then
who owns it?
They're saying Sifuna faction linked to New People's Renaissance movement.
Well, good for them.
Yeah. Unajua niliona watu jana umeenda mahali ukapata cool kids wakiava a conversation.
Cool
hey,
kids.
You guy my guy.
Cool kids ni nani?
Sasa ni hawa you guy my guy.
Please continue.
So when they're having conversations about you guy my guy, you know my Beamer, you know what a Beamer is, right?
It's a BMW.
Yeah, bas. So you know my Beamer, you guy my guy has a scratch on the side. So I had to take the Benzo.
And
so Benzo nini?
It's a Benz, Mercedes Benz.
Good.
So every time you're using this language,
yes,
you punctuate it by you guy, my
you
guy.
Guy my guy.
All right, all right, Paul, you guy my guy. Continue.
So yesterday as I was going down to Kile, I met some leles.
Yes,
you guy leles ni akina nani?
Ni
madem.
Okay.
Some leles, yani some chiles, you know.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you very much, you guy my guy.
So those guys,
yes,
wakifanya conference yao jana, you guy my guy, that's how it came out bana.
Really?
It's like they were coming from Kile like this, Lavi,
yes,
Lavington.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the vibe I got.
Then you guy my guy, they came across this new party called the Renaissance Party.
So those guys for Renaissance, those guys for Rene.
Yes.
They're the guys for they're the cool kids I saw yesterday on
TV. Okay, so now I understand what you're saying.
Right.
You guy my guy.
Aha, so you shika Nisha, you shika me.
Yes, thank you very much. You guy my guy.
You kwachu.
Hey, God almighty, this is tiresome conversation, man.
That's the vibe I got yesterday from these folks. But anyway, I wish them all the best. On page 6, they're saying UDA ramps up Nyanza onslaught and unveils polls amid zoning politics. Where? Yeah. Then there's a picture here of several leaders. Then they're saying coast leaders lay the ground for another Ruto tour. So Kilifi Governor Gideon Mung'ala, UDA Secretary General Hassan Omar, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi, Mining CS Hassan Joho, Mombasa Governor Abdulslamad Nasir, and Sports CS Salim Mvuria during their meeting on Tuesday. So they're laying the ground. President Ruto could be heading to the coast anytime soon. Number of people testing for HIV in free fall, according to a US data. This one is on page 3. They're saying the number of Kenyans tested for HIV fell after the US briefly suspended health funding to Kenya. Yeah. 50 spouses, 375 children. CS Duale exposes shocking SHA fraud schemes. That story is on page 7. Quenny, what is the limit for spouses in Kenya? Like, how many women can a man marry in Kenya? What's the limit?
How many women
can a man marry in Kenya? Like, is there a limit?
Look, if we are looking at traditional marriage law, does it exist? If it exists, I am familiar with the old law, where one, if you subscribe to the Islamic faith,
yes,
then the number of wives that you are able to marry would be prescribed by that faith. Traditional Africa,
I believe theirs is a limit of 4
at any given time.
Okay.
The African traditional laws, there never really was any limit.
Yeah, it was you marry as many as you can afford.
You just pile them one on top of the other if you wish. Yes.
Okay.
And then pay the consequences.
So he stood here 50 spouses, because you know this man can actually say that all those are my wives bana.
He can. But
na hakuna kitu mutadu. Aya.
That's what he imagines.
Yeah. But hakuna kitu mutadu city. Kama wote ni bibi zake mutadu. Mtamwambia ati no, you can only have 4. Okay, so what happens to the 46 that still love him?
Paul, let me tell you this. These things, when we're having an academic discussion, they're very simple and straightforward.
Yes.
When it's now put to the test,
kidogo tricky.
Yeah, because you need to really understand what the laws say about these things. And clearly, it was just willy-nilly. The opportunity presents itself, so watch out, my baby.
But City, should there be a law limiting the number of wives I can marry?
Yes.
Why?
Why not?
But why? Why not? Because I am allowed to love as many women as I want, right?
How many would you like to marry in order to?
No. I'm just saying. I'm just asking.
Well, I'm also just saying.
If I fall in love with several women and those women also fall in love with me, surely, shouldn't I be allowed to keep them all as my wives?
Of course, you should be allowed. Is there a problem?
So if there are 50, it's okay. Because mkikuja mwambie msee bana, your limit is 4 bana. And then he tells you, but I love all 50, and all 50 love me, and all 50 are okay loving me. You want to separate a family?
Family gani?
Ya watu 51 plus their 375 children.
What? You own a football team?
I just asked, is there a problem? Actually, these are several football teams. 375, divide that by 22.
No, when I say you own a football team, that's what I mean. Kuna the ladies team, kuna youth team, kuna team A and B.
Bas.
Yeah, so.
Kuna the United team. Haya, wanasema hapa katika kurasa wa kwanza wa Taifa Leo, Kura Wetangula awasha moto. Agizo lake kwa wabunge kuwa wachukue vitambulisho vipya kisha wawapelekee wananchi katika maeneo bunge yao limekosolewa kama hatari, kwani mbali na stakabadhi hiyo kuwa katika hatari ya kusababisha changamoto za kiusalama, inaweza kutumiwa vibaya na wabunge hao kwa maslahi yao binafsi. Ukurasa wa pili iko na taarifa kamili. Ofisi ya Ruto inavyonyonya pesa kwa pupa. Kitengo cha uraisi chatumia shilingi bilioni, sikiza hii, 88 katika miaka 3. Uhuru alitumia bilioni 90 katika miaka 10.
Hiyo nilisoma nikasema
Kwa hivyo Rais Ruto ametumia bilioni ngapi? 88 kwa miaka 3. Aliyechukua kitu kutoka kwake ambaye ni Rais Ruto, Uhuru, yeye aliweza kutumia bilioni 90 wakati huo wote miaka 10 alikuwa ofisini.
Yes.
So what are we saying?
We are saying that one used more money than the other.
All right. We're also saying one used less than the other.
We are saying all those things.
Right. Watu 12 kotini kwa kushiriki maandamano. Miongoni mwa Wakenya waliokamatwa kwa kushiriki maandamano ya kulalamikia bei za juu za mafuta ni watoto 2.
Kweli?
Naam.
Peke yake?
Wako chini ya miaka 18.
Peke yake?
Naam. So hao wanafaa kuachiliwa, waende warudi shuleni ama wajitayarishe kurudi shule wiki ijayo. Sijui kama wanipata.
Nakupata vizuri sana.
Muga, wanipata
Yes.
Trump arefusha muda wa kusitisha vita kule Ukraine, kule Iran. Wanasema Iran nayo yasema rais wa Amerika ana mchezo mwingi, hivyo haizipi kauli zake uzito. Yaani wakimsikiza wanasema yule jamaa anasema nini sasa?
Azungumza tu bwana. Ajiseme yes.
Alafu pale katika ukurasa wa 3, maandamano makubwa yaja, na huu ni ujumbe kutoka upinzani. Alright? Na nasema muungano wa upinzani wataangazia serikali bonge la maandamano kuanzia mwezi wa 6. Tarehe ni 25 mwaka huu.
So tunaenda maandamoni.
Maandamanoni. Tuenda kule.
Tunaenda noni.
Itakuwa inajulikana kama Tear Gas Tuesdays ama ni gani hiyo? Kwa Chelsea ni pigo zito baada ya pigo. The Blues katika hatari ya kukosa kufuzu kwa UEFA baada ya kupigwa tena ligini. Hiyo katika ukurasa wa 20 utaipata pale. Alafu yule kocha wao anajulikana kama nimesahau jina lake. Aliweza kutimuliwa jana, kafutwa kazi na sasa wanatafuta kocha mpya. Hiyo itakuwa ni noma sana. Anajulikana kama Liam, jina la pili limenitoroka. Haya. Katika The Standard, Chan scandal is what they're calling it. A 42 million payment for Chan 2024 insurance brokerage has triggered a probe by the Anti-Corruption Commission amid claims the deal was awarded to an unlicensed firm. Bank records, correspondence from the insurance regulator and procurement trails indicate Riskwell Insurance Brokers was registered just weeks before the tournament. Yet, on August 4th, the opening day of Chan, funds were transferred from the federation's accounts to the little-known entity, raising questions about who exactly pocketed the millions. Lakini shida yetu kama Wakenya na kuanga wapi?
Who says kuna shida?
City ni shida.
Nini iko shida?
But we can't be scandalous in everything.
We are.
No, we shouldn't.
Actually, we shouldn't, but we are.
42 million. What is so, like, we have so many insurance companies in existence and brokerage companies. Hamungepata tu moja mwalipe wafanye kazi? Lazima mfungue ndio muibe do. Haya City, kazi kwako.
Right. I'm looking at the Nation. The Nation has some interesting stories. Excuse me. Back in the middle of the paper, there's a similar story of what it is that the immediate former president spent in the entirety of his presidency, okay, We are looking at, what are we looking at? We're looking at recurrent expenditure, development. We are looking at State House affairs, cabinet affairs, deputy president services, government advisory services. And we're looking at the total spent in the 10 years of Uhuru's tenure. The nation says it is 90 billion Kenya shillings. And then we look at President Uhuru's presidency, beginning 2022 March, and we're looking at State House, the cost, Office of the President, Office of the Deputy President, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, State Department, Parliamentary Affairs, State Department, Cabinet Affairs, and as we speak now, the total is 89 billion. We haven't finished even our first term. And they're saying 94%, that's the percentage of the spending under Ruto's presidency that has gone into recurrent items such as salaries, hosting delegates, and travels. All right? President William Ruto could easily be running Kenya's most expensive presidency with expenditure by executive officers, including the Office of the President, Deputy President, Prime Cabinet Secretary, and State House projected to hit a record 100 billion this June. With more than a year to the end of his 5-year term, the bill is expected to surpass the entire budget of his predecessor, that Uhuru Kenyatta spent in 10 years. That is bang in the middle of this paper. It gets even more interesting. We are told Wetangula sparks row over MP's role in national ID cards. What are we saying? Wetangula said, members of parliament need to now start looking for people who have had ID cards issued to them and
have not collected.
Yes, start distributing. What was Maze? Be cautious. I like this conversation. Be cautious. This thing will bring problems. Okay? I agree. There's a State Department in the interior whose job it is to do these things. That's why we have chiefs.
Yes.
Let them do it. Yes.
So waangalie hii ID nasema Kitui West.
Iko na
watafute chief wa Kitui West.
Iko chief.
Kitui West chief kuja chukua hizi vitu zako.
Dako na sub chiefs.
Pelekea watu wenu.
Sub chiefs wako kwa wote. Wao ma sub chief wapewe hiyo kazi. Wanajua ni kwao.
Waangalie mtu wa Mlolongo, waangalie hapa Mlolongo, hapa kuna watu wa Mlolongo hapa.
By the way ni kwao.
Na ni wengi.
Ni kwao. By the time you're a sub chief ni kwenu.
Yes. There's a cousin of mine, he's a chief. Uko side za kina Madhe. He's a chief. And that guy, he tells me, zile madrama wanapitianga. He's actually called Mung'ala, just like me.
Yes.
He tells me that zile mashida watu wanapitianga huko bro ni mingi bana.
Sarakasi? Exactly, but they know the citizens. They know the home. They know them. Ni kwao.
Ni kweli.
So this complaint is valid. Then there's a story which is interesting here. There is a certain gentleman who happens to be the chairman of the Public Investment Committee on Governance and Education. His name is Jack Wamboka. He's the MP for Bumala. He has been suspended from the chair. Why? Amewambia kwenda. Why?
Kubwa.
Bribery scandal. Over what? Because my friend, inasemekana kwamba pesa inaenga ikienda namna hiyo. And he's involved. He has said no.
Atanifa nani tena?
And Jack Komboka.
Jack Komboka.
Yes.
Okay.
Not Jack and the Beanstalk. Jack. Okay?
Wa eneo gani tena?
Bumula.
Bumula.
So shida mingi. Right, leisure. Changing faces of the dance floor and the city nightlife. Leon Frank Bosco remembers the years Kisumu nightlife had a heartbeat. One could feel from the doorway. Back then, music pulled people to their feet onto a shared stage of rhythm and style. Clearly, if he's talking about it in that manner, it means it's a past that doesn't exist. Hakuna mali watu wanaenda kucheza dance. It's not true. Iko tena iko mingi.
Okay.
Mali unaweza kusikia boom boom mingi sana.
Ndio.
Right. We're looking at the Business Daily.
Let us look at the Business Daily.
There we shall. Health. Today naanza na bang in the middle of the paper. Health, car theft, insurance, compensation hits 100 billion. Same amount as the expenditure of State House.
Yes. 100 billion.
Everything. Presidency now spending.
So amesema car theft and whatever.
Health.
And I was
compensation.
Remember yesterday when we were having a conversation with Mr. Kipchumba here?
Yes.
And I told him that the insurance sector is really suffering.
Yes.
There's a lot of fraud also kwa hizo ma car theft na hizo ma health.
Car theft, even health theft.
Ndio nimesema hiyo car theft hapo kwa health kuna insurance right now is suffering.
Wanaumia kabisa.
Mbaya sana. There are some 3 insurance companies actually last month, in March. Yes. They were suspended by the Insurance Regulatory Authority because they are unable to pay claims.
Ni ngumu.
Ikafika tu mali serikali ikasema, guys, first of all, going forward, amufanye any more
hii mambo ya kutoa certificate wa cheni,
amuchukui kwanza new customers, tuanzie hapo. Number 2, hata wenye mko nao tumewasimamisha, watafute mali kwingine wako.
Amepelekeni wao mali pengine.
Yes.
Okay.
It's really bad.
Right, a surge in medical bills, road accidents, and car thefts drove insurance claims above 100 billion mark for the first time last year, amid fears of premiums could spike. Okay. The latest Insurance Regulatory Authority analysis shows medical claims rose by 17.9% from 52.6 billion, and compensations from accidents and stolen cars increased 12.4% to 40.1 billion. Hiyo pesa ni mingi sana. Okay. This has continued the trend where motor and medical insurers go for years without underwriting proof profits, making them rely on investments incomes to avoid losses. The jump in accidents and medical bills, as well as a rush of fraudulent claims, are expected to jack up insurance bills as insurers seek high premiums to cover the losses. Medical and car insurance account for 90.2% of all the 102 billion claims paid by general insurance last year, and this rose from 90.2 billion in 2024. So wezi wameongezeka, ukora umeongezeka, yes, na kadhalika. Some of these things are actually not possible without the collusion of those who work in the industry. Yes.
All right.
Treasury tightens rules for access to climate billions. Private companies seeking a share in billions of shillings in global climate financing are set to face stricter scrutiny and longer approval timelines under fresh guidelines issued by the Treasury. Absa bet on tech budget to power digital drive. Absa Bank of Kenya is ramping up investment in technology up to 3 billion annual spending to anchor its digital strategy amid growing customer preference for mobile-based banking services. Kenya extends its surplus run in trade with the UK. Kenya has extended its bilateral trade surplus with the UK for the 5th year running, reflecting Nairobi's growing gains from the commercial and investment deals signed between the two nations. After London exited the European Union 6 years ago.
Right.
Of interest, Kenya freezes Binance. This is not a slip of my tongue. I'm not calling finance Binance.
We know Binance. Binance is a cryptocurrency trading platform. Yes.
Nile Bitcoin.
Ndio ina trade na Bitcoin.
Hiyo ndio Binance.
Ndio Binance.
Asante sana. In money laundering.
Hiyo kampuni inaitwa Binance.
All right. Kenya freezes Binance account in money laundering purge. Kenya has frozen an undisclosed number of Binance users' accounts in its first major crackdown on the booming cryptocurrency industry amid global concerns that digital currencies are being used for fraud, money laundering, and finance terrorist activities. Okay.
But it was expected, yeah?
Yep.
Crypto, by its very nature, is supposed to be cryptic, for lack of a better word.
And is it supposed to be theft proof?
And it was supposed to be a platform, crypto that is a platform that cannot be regulated.
The moment you mention that, it means you have problems. If you can't regulate it, then you can't regulate the problem.
And this is not the first time crypto is being linked to terrorism.
Yep. It enables you to hide a lot in plain sight. That is what it means by it can't be regulated.
Yes.
Then it means if you can't regulate it, then you can't monitor it.
Unajua hao watu tunapendanga kuita terrorists ambao wanaweza kuwa ni freedom fighters wa watu wengine, but wacha tuite terrorists because hivyo ndivyo wanaitangwa widely. Hao watu ambao wanaitwa terrorists, unajua wanatafutanga njia na mbinu za kuwezesha biashara yao ya terrorism. But the terrorism kwa Kiswahili ni
upagla.
Mani ugaidi. Anyway, but you get what I mean, right? So these guys usually look for avenues and ways to enhance their cause. And when a system such as crypto is created, my friend, they rejoice. Because now they can move funds however, whenever, wherever. without necessarily scrutiny. So yes, ni kubaya city.
I'm looking at the East African. I'm looking at the page, the news. East Africa faces higher cost of import. Why? Transporters are likely to pass on higher costs of fuel to importers and the final consumers on surge. Okay? There will be fuel price adjusted to the prevailing rates. Inaendeleaga tu. Middle East conflict deepens hunger in region. The conflict in the Middle East is likely to prolong food shortages in East Africa, driven by disrupted global fertilizer, fuel and shipping schedules, particularly through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. Domestic airlines raise fares as jet fuel prices surge. Domestic air services operators in Uganda are moving to impose an industry-wide fuel surcharge effective May 1st, 2026, as a supply chain crisis resulting from the Middle East conflict fuels an oil price surge and spike downstream, resulting in a sharp increase in the cost of operations and dwindling jet air fuel supplies and stocks. Now some news. The surcharge, ranging from $25 to $50 per flight leg, is expected to impact high-end tourism, which is the biggest driver of domestic air travel business in Uganda. How Middle East crisis chokes. I believe these are different headlines. These are different headlines.
Okay.
How Middle East crisis chokes East Africa revenue lifeline. Kenya this week raised fuel prices to highest level, but an analysis shows no big relief even in nations with lower surcharges. Okay? East African governments are facing increasing pressure to either abolish or lower fuel taxes to cushion citizens from a high cost of living triggered by ongoing military conflict in the Middle East, which has adversely disrupted global oil supply, leading to a surge in the pricing of the precious commodity. And the beat goes on. No end in sight. This is going to continue. Right.
All right. Wacha nisalimia watu wawili watatu kabla tuingie katika taarifa. Louise Rudisango amesema good morning. Well, good morning Louise. Samuel Maina, good morning CT and Mbuvi. Kindly I would like you guys to tell me about former Mark Kambundo.
This is the second time the question has been asked. What exactly does that fine gentleman want to know?
Yeah, he's saying, guys, tell me about former Mark Kambundo.
Yes, what about? What exactly does he want to know?
Okay, that's all. I mean, that's what he's written here.
He will. I've asked a question. He has heard. He will. Atafafanua.
Jack Cole Muiz amesema, good morning City and Mbuvi. One man's hero is another man's freedom fighter. The tags of being used are made in foreign places. The US had Mandela designated as a terrorist until 2002. Oh, really?
Yes.
Till 2002.
According to him. But I know that he was considered a terrorist because according to the South African government, and he was banned. Yeah. The Spear of the Nation, which was the armed wing, was definitely banned. Yeah. When Robert Mugabe and his people were fighting Ian Smith's army, it was the same problem.
Okay.
They were considered terrorists. Yes.
Polite old guy anasema good morning beautiful people. I'm from Nakuru. Kweli karibu tena sana polite old guy. Jimmy Kwana amesema good morning City and Mbuvi. Good morning. Blasius Mwambumbwa. Mwambua kiangai. Ni sawa. Amesema niaje Mbuvi. Well niaje Blasius. Alando amesema good morning people. Mbuvi, Julian Assange was being hosted in London. Yes, he was in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, and he stayed there for a couple of years until they had to kick him out. Do you know why they kicked him out, City?
So alichoka naye.
Ilifika mahali akaanza kutembea usiku akiwa uchi. Mara anaenda kuna wakati
zile tabia mbovu kutoka kwao alikuja nazo pale.
Kuna wakati hata alienda mahali akaacha kinyesi katikati ya jikoni.
Huyu jamaa kichwa chake ilikuwa haiko sawa.
Alienda akatoa nguo zake akaacha hizo manini hapo, akamwambia hey bro,
iko hivyo
toka bro, toka. Yeah, so they kicked him out. And then husband anasema good morning City and Mbuvi. Can we have traffic updates of Kisumu City? Kisumu City bwana, hamna traffic hawa. To be honest, niliangalia na nilihisi huko Kisumu for miezi 9. Na wakati huo wote nilikuanga hapo sikuwa ninaona nini msongamano wa magari, especially masaa kama haya. Nilikuwa naamuka, tunatembea, tunachukua pikipiki, kukuanga na drama yoyote, lakini ukiinsisti labda nitakwambia kwa ufupi tukirudi baada ya taarifa fupi kutoka mwanahabari wetu Winnie Maganga. Meanwhile, you can find us on our social media spaces at Radio Gen KE across all of them.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Residents of Huruma Estate took to the streets on Wednesday to protest the shooting of a 14-year-old boy. The teenager was reportedly shot by a police officer who was trying to disperse a rowdy crowd. The crowd is said to have been blocking detectives from arresting suspected robbers in the area. The incident has angered locals who are now demanding justice and accountability.
Na yule mtoto hakuwa na makosa yoyote. Saa hii tunaongea ako hospitalini na bado hajapata haki. Kwa hivyo ile kitu tunaomba ni tupate kitu inaitwa haki.
Ule askari alimuuliza, mimi ni ofisa wa John Zaka, nieleze wewe ni wa kituo gani, ili kama hao wamekosa tu arrest huyo mtu na tujue unampeleka wapi. Hivyo tu ndio huyo akatoa bunduki na akashuti juu. Kushuti kumbe ameshuti mtoto.
Kushtukia tu polisi hakupatikana, alimpiga risasi na akatoroka. Niko na uchungu mpaka saa hii, mama na mtoto kutoka jana saa 10. Uchungu ni mtoto alipigwa risasi kwa nini? Alipigwa risasi moja ya mguu. Saa hii atembei.
The government now says the attack on ACK Witima Church in Nyeri County was linked to political rivalry among local leaders. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen told the Senate by the police's internal affairs unit have not found any involvement of police officers in the January 25th incident.
The attack appeared to be linked to local political rivalries which may have influenced its coordination and execution. 3, when local police officers attempted to respond to the incident, they were blocked and confronted by members of public who accused them of complicity. The officers commanding police station Witima had not received a prior notification of the event and was unaware of any high-profile guest high-profile guests would be in attendance. As a result, there was no sanctioned police deployment for the event.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has accused the opposition of exploiting the global fuel crisis to incite unrest through planned mass protest over rising fuel prices. Speaking in Eldama Ravine, he said the demonstration will not lower fuel cost, adding that the government has already put in place measures to ease the burden on motorists. Kindiki made the remarks during a public forum after inspecting ongoing development projects in the area.
Nobody should cheat the people of Kenya or incite them to break the law or to destroy their country, because the solution to the challenge of high fuel prices is in interventions, which the government has already started taking. We have reduced VAT from 16% to 8%. Step number 1. Step number 2, we have disbursed 6.2 billion shillings as fuel subsidy.
6 people, including a retired army general and a serving police officer, have denied charges of plotting to overthrow Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu. The suspects appeared before the Federal High Court in Abuja and were ordered to remain in custody of the Department of State Services, the country's internal security agency. Meanwhile, a 7th suspect, former governor and ex-oil minister Timpri Salva, has also been named in the case but is still at large. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 7 o'clock. It is time for us to have our conversation for this hour. Mtu ameuliza traffic ya Kisumu. Nimeangalia Kisumu, my brother Hesbon. Sijaona traffic manze. Siti wewe umeishi Kisumu. Ulizaliwa huko. Ukafanya mambo huko. Huko ndiko ulikuwa unafanya vitu zako za nini? Uliona traffic wakati ulikuwa unafanya hizo vitu?
You know, I have no idea what you're talking about. But
ukiwa Kisumu ukifanya tu mambo yani kutembea, kukula samaki, kukula omena. Huko unaona
You can answer that question better than me because you lived and worked in Kisumu for something like 3 years. Where ulikuwa unaona traffic at this hour?
Sikuwa naona traffic at this hour.
Okay, were you anywhere in the CB? This is too early for you to see traffic in Kisumu. Believe me.
I used to host a morning show very early in the morning from 6 a.m. to 10, just like this one. Sikuwa ninaona traffic huko.
Akuna. It's too early for traffic.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
In fact, if you look at Mombasa, where you will find traffic, is Kengeleni. As you're heading towards Nyali Bridge coming in, you'll see traffic there.
The rest of the time, watu wanapunga tu hewa.
Bro, there isn't much traffic to speak of.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Radio Generation. In studio, we do have our guest for this hour. We want to focus on technology, but not necessarily talk about technology, but we want to talk about tech workers' rights, right? Inside the digital labor market in Kenya is where we're going to be focusing on. And with us is lawyer and executive director at Oversight Lab Africa, Mercy Mutemi. Mercy, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much and good morning.
Good morning. Nimekuuliza kama unapenda methali ukaniambia wewe kwanza ukiwa shule methali zilikuanga your forte.
Hey.
So, Siti. Mpatie methali atuambia anafikiria nini?
Mpatie forte.
Hiyo forte yake.
Right. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Rwanda.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Pregnancy and fire cannot be kept secret.
Ooh. Hey, I mean it's true, although
yes,
some pregnancies can go hidden until birth,
until delivery.
Until delivery. But essentially, I get it, right? There's some things that are just so obvious and they will reveal themselves whether you try and hide. Like, you know, a fire that festers can start, it can ember kidogo, but at some point it will burn things down. So I actually relate to that a lot. Yeah.
All right. A fire just like pregnancy cannot be hidden.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Mercy, maybe you can let us know what Oversight Lab Africa is all about.
Okay. So the Oversight Lab is strategic litigation organization. What is that? We take on cases, which is cases in court here, that look at the structural and systemic problems in how tech AI is structured in African countries, and ask ourselves, how do we protect people in this system? Like, the world has gone not just digital but uber digital. AI is the thing now, but we're seeing the pattern is exploitation from raw materials, the rare earth minerals, data, how our data is being mined, labor, how our labor is being exploited. The whole pattern from beginning to the end is exploitation. So we are trying to say, is it possible to put people back in the middle where before there was tech, there was people, and you keep protecting them. So that's the kind of work we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. Because lately, Meta has been in the headlines, and perhaps not for some very good reasons.
Yeah.
Now, we saw something to do with a company known as Summer.
Yes.
Maybe you can just give us an overview of what exactly the drama is about, because I remember
Okay.
there was something again some couple of years ago, and we were just having this conversation.
Yes.
And I felt like I was having a deja vu. Did I just go back in time? Am I reliving a situation that I had already heard about?
Yeah.
What exactly is going on at Summer Africa?
Okay, so we begin, I guess, with the breaking news. They released a notice that they're firing about 1,000 of their workers. These are workers who are called data labelers and data annotators. So basically, they train AI.
Okay.
And we can go into the complexities of that in a minute. But think about that, 1,000 AI training workers being fired at a go at a time when there's more demand for data labeling and data annotation work in the world generally. That's very curious. That's very, it raises a lot of concern, obviously. But what is actually going on is that we are witnessing the effects of a poorly structured foundation when it comes to AI training work in Kenya. So basically, Kenya is participating in a very big way in the AI ecosystem. And one of the key ways we are participating is through training of AI, and it happens in two models. It's through the business process outsourcing companies, the BPOs, which are essentially EPZ companies, these companies that are in EPZ centers, and also on platforms. If you remember that whole thing of unabonyeza computer, pesa inatoka, the digital jobs, those jobs are algorithm training work, right? So we participate largely in that economy, but it's structured very poorly. And as a result, things like this keep happening, where workers get exploited for a short period of time, then get fired, a new thing comes, the same thing happens. So there's a structural problem is what we are experiencing. And we can go into like what we're getting wrong and how we can, I guess, build better.
So what was the problem? It was 3 years ago, right?
Yes.
2022?
Yes.
That's 5. Okay.
2022.
Yeah. So
yes.
What was the issue then?
Okay. So 2022 Valentine's Day, a whistleblower explains his experience at Summer. He was a South African who had been brought to Kenya to work as a content moderator. So for context, content moderation, when you go on social media platforms, I mean, sometimes you do see annoying content and things that are very questionable and that shouldn't be on social media. But for most of us, the experience is somehow pleasant. You don't really see violent videos or things like that. And that's because a human being somewhere is either taking down those videos or is training an algorithm to learn how to take that down, right? So a content moderator is essentially an AI training worker. It's just that they are very directly involved and engaged. So this is a person whose work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or beyond, because it's a lot of work, is looking at videos that you and me have come across on social media and you're like, oh my God, this should not be here. Right? And then they have to review it, but train the algorithm to understand what this content is. So you have to interact with it for like 4 minutes or like things like that.
So the story from 2022, for example, some of the images or content these people had to go through was pornography. People being decapitated, violence of every nature, from sexual violence to whatever,
self-harm as well. There was a lot of videos of self-harm, and if you remember, the structure of social media is virality, like people want to go viral. If you think about the church and the suicide bombing at the church, it's things like that, but someone committing suicide and then going on live, and now you have to protect the users from that, right?
So you train AI to detect or recognize that this is someone attempting self-harm, or this is someone doing drug abuse, or this is child pornography and this. So you train AI to recognize that and flag it.
You take it down as you train AI to do that,
to flag it. Okay,
exactly.
How exactly do you train AI?
Okay, all right, that's a good question.
Machine learning.
So let's start with the smart cars. I feel like the smart cars example is always the best one to explain.
What is a smart car?
So a smart car, these autonomous vehicles that drive themselves. So
There are such cars.
yes, in so many parts of the world.
They drive themselves.
Yes, in London they've been licensed. In
California.
In California, actually, every third car is a self-driving Tesla.
When you say self-drive, what do you mean?
Okay, so imagine you are on Waiyaki Way, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look to your right, and the car to your right does not have a driver, but it's moving. It doesn't have anyone actually.
Does it have a passenger?
No. It could.
Some
it
have,
might,
some-
it might
some-
not. Like
yeah.
it may be an Uber, so it's carrying somebody. So of course
Or
it
on
has
its
somebody.
way to pick up a passenger.
Exactly. But it's moving, and it's moving the way traffic moves. So when you stop, it stops.
When it gets to a red light,
exactly.
it stops.
Yeah. So when a person wants to cross, it slows down for them. Right. So you witness these things that are, oh my God, my mind is blown. Or like, the ChatGPT thing. How does ChatGPT know these answers, right? And then you pump it with like a good marketing machine and tell people, this is magic that's happening. But in real sense, what's happening is, especially for the smart cars, is there's Kenyans somewhere who've spent thousands and thousands of hours, right, labeling parts of Waiyaki Way. So they've been given hundreds of thousands of pictures of Waiyaki Way to label the most minute thing, and their pay is dependent on how accurate they are in the labeling. So if it's a tree, that's like general information. But what kind of tree? Does that tree sway to the right or to the left, depending on what? When it rains, how does the tree behave? Like to that level. So you feed so much data into the machine and teach it, I'm using quotes, to recognize patterns.
Okay.
Like a bicycle. Yes.
That bit I've understood. My real question is,
yes,
why do we need a car that drives itself? What purpose does it serve?
my friend, thank you so much for that question. The thing that is driving our AI mad rush is hype, right? Like we've been told we need these things.
We do.
We need an autonomous vehicle, right? And for that, we must not only destroy the environment, we must exploit young workers in Kenya, and we must destroy economies, including, destroying markets so that people don't perform fairly. This is a capitalism issue. It's like a company has decided that they want to make autonomous vehicles, and they've convinced us that we need it.
But the people in this world, sorry for cutting you short, but the people in this world who do not like interacting with people. So them they want, akitoka kwa nyumba yake hata asiongeleshwa na neighbor.
Where are these people found?
Wako.
I mean, they're there, but
where are they?
But how are they enough to justify the
not.
appetite for
They're
autonomous vehicle? Do you know what I mean? Like the question is asking is actually not just a banter question.
Yeah.
It's a foundational question. It's like, how much do we need and what do we stand to benefit versus what are we giving up?
Yeah.
And what do you know how much data goes into training a smart vehicle? Like,
I have no idea.
It's so much.
Then there are folks who do not want to learn how to drive. They just want a vehicle, yes. They just want to get into this vehicle and the vehicle to get them to their destination without them having necessarily to shift gears and check traffic and ajue karawa. Anataka tu gari bana imbebe. Afike mali anenda, story ishe.
I understand people who are antisocial. I understand them.
Unaingia unapata your driver is talking to you and you're like, my friends, you just shut up.
Once again, I understand there are people who are antisocial. Okay? Unfortunately, on this planet, they're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Because human beings are social creatures. Okay? So if you are the anomaly, it's also good. You are a majority minority. Back to technology.
Yes.
Who is pushing this thing? Because it's an agenda that's being pushed.
Yes. Oh, I like that. I like that. It's an agenda, definitely, 100%.
Yes, because I'm trying to think. I'm looking at Kenya. I'm looking at the youth bulge.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the number of people who need engagement.
Yeah.
The moment you have this self-drive car,
yes.
How many people have you actually engaged in a useful way, as in employed, and how many have you removed
from employment?
Yes, exactly, by virtue of
actually self-driving cars, autonomous cars, have, from some of the tests that have been done, they're actually safer than when a human being is driving.
I do not agree.
Wacha nikumalize statement.
I do not agree.
So, yani, City, they're trying to eliminate that human error.
You can't eliminate the human error because it's human beings who make the thing, for heaven's sake.
Now, let me finish.
And our error...
Let me finish.
And our inclinations towards just being human is embedded in that concept of error. We make mistakes because the making of mistakes is the process by which we learn.
Now imagine you need to be in Mombasa by evening, let's say 10 o'clock in the night, right?
Yes.
You can have your self-driving car drive you to Mombasa while you sleep. Enjoy your sleep, get to Mombasa when you're fresh, conduct business, have the same vehicle, drive you back to Nairobi, you take another nap and get back to Nairobi in the morning, and you still do your morning show and then go back home.
SGR can do that.
Can I interrupt this by injecting another example? Okay, let's talk about social media, right?
Right.
The question you've asked, like, why do we need autonomous vehicles? It starts with an agenda, right? And even social media started with an agenda, right? Like, we need these social media platforms that connect us in a very unnatural way. Like, the way we make relationships is organic and we meet each other. But social media, I can know 100 people instantly, and they can love on me and give me likes and things like, right? But at some point, these things and these products get elevated from being nice to have, and for the elite, they become social necessities, right? So think about where you get your news from sometimes, right? Even how you listen to radio and how you consume media. It's on social media platforms. So we started at like, the need is not really there, but now because of the hype and because of the marketing language, and no one wants to be left behind in this life.
True.
Now they've become essential. And the question becomes, are they a public good? So much so that then when we are on these platforms, we should be protected. And that's where now content moderators come in.
Okay.
But the thing is, now you're asking me about what happened in 2022, is how he was brought, the whistleblower, how he was brought to Kenya. He wasn't told he was coming to look at videos of, people dying, live beheadings. He wasn't told that. He was told he's coming to do an admin job. So you've come and you're like, I'll negotiate a fair salary for an admin job, right? And you come, it's like immediate non-disclosure agreements. You're not even told that there's a meta involved anywhere, right? And then when you start the work, it's like, oh, by the way, like, from hour to hour, you'll just be looking at these videos, and you have to take them down within this number of seconds because we need you to take down as many as possible as you train our algorithm. That, of course, affects your mental health.
Yes.
So when a lot of them came in, and some of them came from South Africa, Nigeria, many from Kenya, and in Kenya it was very problematic because they would go to the slums and say, we are going to, in fact, the marketing language for some at that time was, we're lifting people out of poverty, which is very problematic language.
Yes, I actually
very
I have
problematic.
a big problem with that. Yes.
Okay. So they would bring them in, and then they would tell them the Kenyans were paid way less. They would tell them, you comply, or we can always go back to the slum.
Way less compared to whom?
Way less compared to your expat colleagues, because this is a language that was used for the Kenyans. Like, we can just go to the slums and get more people. So, like, all of you are being tortured, but in the tired system of torture, the Kenyans are tortured more because they're replaceable. You can just go and get more people and use more marketing language to
the same languages employers here in Kenya use. Kama utaki kazi, kuna watu wengi sana pale wanaitaka.
Ama wanakuambia we're teaching you AI work, so you do work for 3 months in the name of training, but they don't pay you for that. But in the training, you've been actually labeling algorithms.
You've been working.
Of course, like everything that you do, even when you label a picture inaccurately, you've trained an algorithm something.
Yes.
So the work has already, gone, but the value is not returned.
Okay.
So workers came together and said, look, we came here, we are trapped, we can't afford a ticket home, we have to work for 6 or 11 or 12 months continuously to afford a ticket. Can we come together and demand that we continue doing the work, but safely?
Okay.
And then union busting happened. They were singled out. Some of them were fired. And that continued until 2023, when now the whole lot was fired at Sama. Work was moved to Majorel, another business process outsourcing company in Kenya. But these ones who were fired from Sama were blacklisted from
working
being employed
anywhere else.
Exactly. And they're the only people who had experience in content moderation. So you have experience for the thing, but you can't get the job because they want a new lot that they can.
So it's like training a doctor, but you don't allow them to work.
Exactly. Yeah, because they've now realized you're violating their rights, and they're going to show up more informed. So when they say in their adverts, we are targeting people who come from poor backgrounds, which legally, you should never say that in an advert, right? You should never say only apply if you're poor, right? What they're saying is you're so desperate that we can expose you to whatever working conditions and you won't raise an alarm.
Yeah, so whatever little we give you for you, that's
you're gonna
a
be
lot.
happy. Exactly. That was the problem. So that is now the case that has been going on in court for years. And the tussle between Sama, Meta, and the former Facebook content moderators, where Meta now comes in and says, by the way, I'm an American company. You can't do anything to me and you can't hold me accountable here. And we've gone all the way to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal has said, as long as there are human rights issues involved, nobody has immunity, including an American company. So that's where we are.
But may I ask the question, so what if it's an American company? Are they not subject to the jurisdiction of our laws when they're working in our country? Or are they trying to tell us that only the laws of their country applies in our country? Where does this happen?
Okay. So the problem with tech companies is the market position they have now taken, right? If you look at the stock exchange, for example, in the US, leading top 10 companies are all tech companies. So essentially, they're the big fetchers. And because they're the big fetchers, sort of now
they're given special laws to govern them.
A good example that, would affect you, Communications Authority just released its statistics on marketing platforms. And kitambo, it used to be media houses that are leading in advertising platforms. Now it's Meta, TikTok, top 3.
Influencers and Nini.
No. The platforms themselves.
Platforms. Okay,
for advertisers, right?
I get you.
But you as a radio house, you would need to comply with so many laws. To even show one advertisement, they don't need to comply with any laws. So because of the market position they've taken, it's almost as if like they're operating above the law. Now in an African context, they consider us rest of world. So while they are the leading platform in advertising here in Kenya, when you look at because Meta is a publicly listed company, when you look at the expenditure in terms of, protecting people, content moderation, algorithm optimization to protect Africans, it's very, very little. So they don't earn enough from you to care about you, but yet they earn way more than any other company in Kenya. Do you see that dynamic?
I get you.
So it's definitely a racist
So the problem is
issue.
then the problem isn't theirs, it's us. Why do our regulators allow this? Because
and as you answer that, I think
Yes.
did I dream this, or is there a law that was passed protecting these guys?
Okay. Whew. So the problem is definitely us.
No, she didn't see.
The problem is us, but let me also extend some grace to us. Is let's say people in general. I think we are arriving to the problem at different stages. These problems are not just being experienced in Kenya, they're being experienced elsewhere, where tech companies are coming in, distorting markets, exploiting people, taking advantage and, skyrocketing their profits. That's happening all across the board. The issue is, how much is our awareness on the issues and what is our response? When the Facebook content moderators, 90% of whom are Kenyan, went after Meta and said, by the way, you violated my rights and actually made me sick. And they have doctors' reports that show they have PTSD, like severe PTSD, depression, anxiety, drug dependency, like really deep stuff. The government fought back for Meta. Because the idea is we need to keep these companies. They're who is going to...
You're saying the Kenyan government.
The Kenyan government came after the workers and said, you're chasing away this investor. Look, Meta even moved out of the country because you sued them. So it became a thing of workers have only 2 options. You get tortured and stay quiet and do the job, or you don't get any jobs whatsoever. It's like these are
between
the
a rock
options.
and a hard place. Yes,
it's not even between a rock and a hard place, because it's like a created issue. It's a meta problem. This is a company that has said, I'm not going to comply with the laws. It's not really a real dilemma.
This isn't new, Mercy.
Yeah.
The extractive nature of businesses from the West is what was the forerunner to colonialism.
Yes, it's colonialism.
The idea that they came into a country, see, there was a narrative that they needed to push ahead so that they could get support from their own citizens.
Yes.
Either they were civilizing us, or they were giving us religion, or they were always helping. That narrative hasn't changed.
Yes, completely.
It's the same narrative.
Yeah.
It is the same problem that people like Muammar Gaddafi had and Mossad of Iran had. These were leaders who said, this oil is ours, Bwana.
Yeah.
You are not going to be telling us what to do with this oil, underpaying our people, giving us a very small percentage of it. It's our oil. Either you got yourself kicked out or you were killed.
Yeah.
Patrice Lumumba in DRC, same problem.
Yep.
The Belgians and the people who are interested, and by the way, Congo, it's not just the Belgians. The French were interested, the Brits were interested, now the Americans are interested, South Africa was interested, built an entire railway from South Africa to DRC. Same problem. You want to exploit, and you want a friendly government that allows you to exploit its people.
Yes, like the chiefs. Like
Chiefs, and now the chiefs
Yes.
we have are the presidents
Exactly.
and the executive.
Yeah.
In Latin America, the revolutions literally, that brought about the socialist governments there was because American companies were exploiting the natives through the executives of those countries. So these fellows figured, you know something, these people aren't really helping us. They chose socialist governments. This Fidel Castro you hear of, there's a guy called Batista, who was the president of Cuba at that time, a horrible, terrible human being, tortured his own people. This is not new.
Yeah.
It just so happens that we are now dealing with tech companies that deal with information. Okay?
Yep.
It's the same story,
same pattern,
all over again. It's just that
same pattern. Yeah.
The problem with human beings, they don't read, they don't know their history, they don't understand. So they think it is new.
Yeah.
It is not new. Somebody wants to tell us that we need electric cars. I don't need an electric car personally.
It would be good if I decided for myself whether I do or I don't need. So I decide how much am I willing to invest in this, how much am I willing to lose. But I agree with you, and I even petition for us to stop calling it neo-colonialism, because it's just a continuation of colonialism. It's not a new form. It's like
it's the same thing.
It's the exact same pattern, and you see it so clearly when it comes now to the new model of training work. So for context, behind this summer firing 1,000 AI training workers, last year Meta acquired Scale AI, another big player. Okay, so that whole phrase for bonyeza computer pata dollar was our government advertising remote tasks. If you remember remote tasks,
I remember, yeah,
exactly. And people were being told to go into droves.
What is remote task?
So I'll give you what it was, but there were droves of people being told sign online, and there's a whole system, the Ajira system. That
is it the same thing as this orb which was at
No.
It's very related. How
that you are to stare at, and what?
Remote tasks. You get tasks online, you complete those tasks, and then you're paid. So it could be anything. You could be asked to develop a software, you could be asked to paint, you could be asked to write an assignment for someone. It was a remote task that was found on that platform called Remote Task.
And now that one was for algorithm training. So the orb, to answer you, the orb actually is very related to ChatGPT, because the orb was by Sam Altman. Sam Altman is the same guy behind OpenAI and ChatGPT. So they were collecting data that is now being used in ChatGPT. So essentially,
that thing was called something coin.
WorldCoin.
WorldCoin.
It was just, decorated as an NGO. Anyway,
the one that the Communication Authority pretended they knew nothing about.
This is what I meant. Like we arrive to the problem at different times. It's a very big issue in this country. So with remote tasks, young people were being encouraged to sign on for this job. So you get these beads. You're essentially controlled by an algorithm, right? So imagine going to work and you're using a laptop, and the laptop is measuring your clicks. It's measuring how much time you use on the keyboard. The moment you step aside, maybe go to the washroom, it's tracking how much time you've used for that. That happens.
Wait. It tracks the amount.
Yes.
So if I go to the toilet, take 10 minutes.
Yes.
It will know this guy went to the toilet for 10 minutes.
It's even worse because your pay is pegged on accuracy and time. Okay. So if they tell you need to spend 40 hours labeling these 20,000 pictures, right? You need to sleep. You're a human, and we have laws on labor that says people need to only work for a certain number of hours. You have to work those hours continuously. The moment you're like, let me go for a short bathroom break, like 10 seconds, you come back, the work is gone, and you've lost everything, all the progress, because it tells you violated your terms.
So I sit with a bucket here as I work.
Or worse.
Work in the toilet.
Exactly. So the remote task thing, what ended up happening is a lot of young people signed up because the government is telling you to sign up, right? And then overnight, when people had money in their wallets, because you couldn't withdraw your money immediately you make it. So you make, like, let's say $100. You have to wait for a certain date to withdraw it. And withdrawing is another whole nightmare. Then they just geotagged the page. You know, you can geotag your page and say, I want my website to be available to these countries, but not these countries.
Yes.
So they geotagged the page and shut out all Kenyan accounts. So now we have thousands of Kenyans who labeled a lot of algorithms.
Na hawakulipwa.
And that was something that the government was advertising. You get that? So when you look at the patterns that are happening on platform work, is when you see the colonialism completely.
Mercy, this communication authority, does it have people who understand what you understand?
Okay. So, BPOs, let's come back to the BPOs, because a continuous conversation.
What is a BPO?
Business processing companies.
You must explain these things.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think let's start from step one. Okay. Let's start with export processing zones. EPZs.
Yeah, those ones I know.
You know about EPZs. But for those who may not know, countries that came into independence in the 1960s wanted to ramp up the manufacturing sector and give people jobs. And the idea was you create these special economic zones,
right,
where you would give foreign investors preferential tax treatment, preferential regulatory treatment. So a company is supposed to pay corporate tax, you give them a tax vacation of 10 years. Like for 10 years, they don't need to pay tax. You need to go and source your raw material. You source raw material for them, you bring it for them in that center. Okay? So these were the export processing zones.
Yes.
Okay? So at first, it was like Mauritius doing it and it wasn't very successful in some countries. Kenya copied it. Kenya didn't start off well. So they're like, let's be creative. Let's add labor as an export. So this is the source of the issue now. So labor is an export if you do it in an EPZ, because the person that you're training for is a foreign company. So a foreign company can give the work to a call center in quotes, or like a company like Sama, a company like Majorel, which are all EPZ companies.
Yes.
And then those companies go to the ground, get Kenyans and other people to come and work from there.
Yes.
Okay. So, and when they do that work in that model, it's said that they're exporting labor.
So those Kenyans are expatriates or what?
They're not. It's not a well thought out system, so it doesn't develop on the other side.
No, it is well thought out, because an exploitative system
yes,
is well thought out.
I agree with that.
Okay,
yeah,
you label it so that it appears to be something it actually isn't.
Exactly.
Okay,
yes.
So you seem to be fulfilling what this government wants.
Yeah,
you are getting people employed, and because of the labeling, there's the impression that they're being employed at very favorable rates. But when you look at it, they are not.
Yes. So
essentially, the EPZ becomes a sweatshop.
It is that. So now the issue is, EPZ is a manufacturing creation. Yes. So who is the regulator? It's the EPZ authority.
Yes.
What is the EPZ authority looking at? It's looking at exports.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the second statistics is number of jobs created.
Yes.
That is what it's looking at. Because if you think about it from like the clothing industry, that's what matters, right?
Yes.
But when it comes to tech, that's not the complete picture. So if the regulator is EPZ authority, right? On the other hand, Kenya is in the process of discussing AI policies and privacy issues and tech issues and regulations. But the regulator is Communications Authority. Another regulator is ODPC. There's nowhere where these two things interact. So you realize the people who are training the tech for this country and for the world are under manufacturing. They're not really regulated under the body that looks at technology.
You see, under EPZ,
yes,
are there examples of processes under the EPZ that have actually worked? Not in Kenya.
Yeah.
As a principle, as a subject.
Yes.
Has EPZ, other countries where the EPZ concept has worked?
When countries have decided to be strategic, it has worked. And strategic in the way of EPZs, creating EPZs for your local companies. So we create EPZs for foreign companies. Only recently was there an amendment to the law to allow local companies to invest in the EPZs. So these companies we're talking about, by the way, are not Kenyan companies. Sama is not a Kenyan company, it's an American company. Majorel is owned by Teleperformance, a French company. So we are fighting each other over foreign companies.
You remember the question I asked you about the knowledge of the people who are in these regulatory bodies, If our regulation was tweaked otherwise, is it possible for Kenyans to benefit from summer and the other French thing? Is it possible?
It is possible, and this is how. You need to think about this thing as a whole system. Think, you're training the next generation of models, of AI models for the world, right?
Yes.
Can you do it in a model that is sustainable for your country, that actually helps you build your own local industry? When we were discussing the AI policy, when we were doing the public participation sessions, one of the most common misconception was, but Kenya does not have an AI industry. What do you mean? We train the autonomous cars and we train social media platforms and all these algorithms. So you see what we are doing, right? The work is modeled like a game in the remote task example and in the BPO example. And those things are treated as sweatshops where workers cannot even disclose what they are doing. Like you can't even go home and tell your parent what you're doing. So your mental health is your problem because
you can't tell your parents.
You can't tell your parents because of the non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, and how are they going to know if you've told your parents?
This is the problem of non-disclosure, and we can have that conversation later, but non-disclosure agreements are weapons to your mind.
It's a mental engagement that essentially enslaves you.
A psychological
and
tool. So the way we are doing it, the only promotion that this data labeler or algorithm worker can get is being a faster labeler for this specific project.
Okay, mercy. But this same process, colonization is not all that negative. I'm going to explain to you what I mean. Do Kenyans actually learn something that they didn't know?
They do, but it doesn't help us if we don't have the whole picture.
One thing at a time.
Yeah.
One thing at a time. They learn something.
Yes.
They have knowledge they didn't have before. So the question is, how do we... that part.
That is the part. And that's what we keep saying.
You've got exactly where I'm going with this.
Treat it comprehensively, right? I think the message should not be whether Kenya should be part of like the AI training ecosystem. It should be that yes, we are part of it, but we are doing it in a sustainable way. The reason I was telling you like the promotion that you can get is just being a faster labeler, and that doesn't really lead to Kenya developing its own local industry, is because you keep us looped that the only thing we can do is to keep training algorithms for other people. What we need to do is to think, if you're doing this very crucial work, protect your workers, make sure these are actual jobs, because jobs, people have to be paid. So if people are not getting paid, that's not a job you've created. You've just created an opportunity for exploitation.
You've opened up a slave market.
Exactly, that's what you've done, right? So can we structure it in such a way that this person for 2 years labels the algorithm for ChatGPT, which was trained in Kenya as well,
and they know how to label,
and then now bring it.
But you see,
to a benefit.
See again. Let's go back to my question. These people who are in the regulatory authority, do they have this knowledge that you have? Meaning, mambo ya GPO and the other French fellow and summertime, whatever these fellows.
Like that you call them summertime. Yes.
Sorry, what do they call it?
Just summer.
Okay.
They used to call summer sauce.
But they usually also have enjoyment during summertime.
Okay.
I feel like they're the only ones having enjoyment while the workers are suffering.
Yes. No. My argument here is this, huh?
Do the regulators
the regulators come in because those who come in, and I can't blame them. You know why? They have their interests at heart.
Yes.
Okay? The regulator is the person now who's going to represent our interest.
Yes.
Countries in the Far East who have turned the tables on some of these fellows went through processes like ours.
Yes.
But there's a deliberateness in their government.
There's a restructuring.
Yes, and in their the authorities that do the regulation to ensure that this knowledge is turned to benefit them. They understood this. If you remember, computer chips for a very long time were actually being manufactured in some of those countries in the most rudimentary ways. There was technology, but at some point you needed your thumb to just make sure that thing works. How did they move from the thumb pressing activity to now a point where you really have to talk to them on an equal basis for them to do what you taught them to do and which they deliberately improved upon, so now they actually become an equal partner?
100%.
Yes.
The people who know the most about AI and how it works are the workers. They have been inside the belly of the dragon, and they understand what it is. And
They know what the intestines look like.
exactly. And the regulator has to, not just the regulator, even me and you, we have to be humble enough to listen when they tell us this is what we are doing. And then regulation stems from a place of information. What we have found so far, right? When the case against Meta started, there was immediate pushback. I remember that time it was Moses Kuria that was the cabinet secretary, and I remember having a very heated tussle with him where he was saying, I'll deport all those people who are in the case, I'll make sure, like all these bad things happen to you guys, you have to drop those cases so that we can protect the jobs, right? And I kept saying, but there's a better way we can position ourselves. It's like, who said we care about that? Just protect the jobs, right? And that was like the rudimentary.
So the argument was protect the jobs.
But we're not protecting jobs.
No.
Yeah.
That was what they said.
Yes.
Which means they didn't understand.
That's what I'm saying. That's where the issue is. And you fail to understand when you don't humble yourself enough to learn under someone who's lower than you. So for me, regulation has to start from that perspective.
So this thing is it under trade or is it under ICT?
No, it's under, what is manufacturing? It's trade. It's under trade. It's not under ICT. So ICT doesn't come in at any given point. Even regulation is nothing. So like the bill in parliament right now that concerns the BPO sector and tech companies, right, is the Business Laws Amendment Bill. This is a bill that is a direct response to the Court of Appeal saying that Meta can be sued in Kenya. So what does Parliament do? It proposes a law that says when a tech company brings work to Kenya through the BPO sector, it cannot be sued for human rights violations. I'm like, but who is your constituent? Who are you protecting? Is it the tech company or the people?
So
and we've been tussling.
So those are the laws I was asking.
Yes, that's the Business Laws Amendment.
Yeah,
and it passed the Senate. So what workers did, and this is why I think we also have to remember what is very good about our country, is that we have an active citizenry. Even workers know how to become actively engaged immediately there's an issue. So when the bill was proposed, tech workers who are the AI training workers, including your Uber driver is constantly training AI. And we can go into that and all the ways in which they are doing another business for another company.
And the other, these algorithms you keep speaking of,
yes,
they are set up and manufactured to have a process of continuously learning.
Yes. And you have to feed data into it. So every time you see data collection, so when a Uber driver, like, you're being told, I will record this call.
Uber every day.
Yes. Actually, this ride will be recorded. It's for training.
Is that why there are certain days they give me a free ride?
Yes. To entice you to keep using the platforms. Anyway, let's not get sidetracked.
No. The example is important because, see, if a concept is not relatable, then it will not be useful.
Yes.
See, we have a very large number of people who are actually trained.
Yes.
A large number which we didn't have before.
Yeah.
The question is, how do we convert this to our benefit?
That is and this is the main argument, right? And you don't arrive at that without paying attention to how this work is being done. You just can't close your eyes.
I agree completely.
Yeah, you have to actually learn. So to conclude my thought process on the business laws, when workers came together, they realized that is the gap, right? That legislators were not educated about what this industry is. And they formed the Africa Tech Workers Movement, a big movement now. They prepared very detailed memoranda. They wrote a lot of letters to the Senate and said, please give us an audience. We would like to explain to you what this structure is. That bill passed the Senate without public participation at all. Now it's before the National Assembly. We are waiting for public participation again, hoping that the National Assembly hears.
Wait. How did it... Who is it who sponsored the bill to begin?
It's a government-sponsored bill, so it was Aaron Cheriot at that time, the leader of majority.
Yeah, so, but then did it not require public participation so that, or is it one of these laws that was so good, it didn't require public participation?
All laws.
Yeah, so
how
then do you keep taking it along those processes when there's been no public participation?
So now let me tell you what happened in this process. So an advert comes out, they say, submit your memoranda. So the process of public participation is supposed to be you invite people for public participation, then you prepare a public participation report, which shows that you've engaged with what people submitted.
Demonstrate.
Exactly.
Yes.
So in Parliament, the version of that is that a bill is read the first time, it's then sent to the committee that's going to deal with it. The committee carries out public participation, which is the written memoranda and a public amukunji, okay, and then prepares a report. That report is tabled back to Parliament for debate, and that's what forms the amendments to the law.
May I just pause for
Yes.
a single second? This Kamkunji.
Yeah.
Does the law detail how this Kamkunji must be exercised?
Not only does the law not detail how the Kamkunji should be exercised, it's left at the discretion of the committee. So the committee gets to decide this thing, enough people are upset about it, let us be seen to care by having a Kamkunji. So it's a fallacy, right? So what the real gap here in the business laws amendment is that there's a call for public participation. Let me tell you, I've never seen that many submissions from workers. Everybody was up in arms protesting it. The committee never sat to discuss any of those submissions. So there was no public participation.
Committee is this again?
This was the trade. This the other issue now. It was being discussed by trade, not even by employment or labor committee or nothing, by trade. So no report was tabled before the Senate. So when you went for, it was so painful. When it went for second reading, what the move of the bill was saying is that there were no protests to this bill.
And yet there were.
Exactly. So this is the issue. You're legislating for an industry that you're not in, you don't understand, and locking out the people that understand. Meanwhile, the move of the bill is on record saying that the tech companies have said the only way that they continue participating in Kenya is if that bill is passed.
So essentially, this is a bill that was sponsored by the tech companies.
There's a huge lobbying machine behind tech companies.
I wanted to ask you, so these movers were paid to bring this bill in the way it was and to actually do what they have done in Parliament?
What I will say is very characteristic of big tech right now is that they have a huge lobbying machine, including in their own country, where you're hearing about executive orders that there should be no state that passes any law regulating AI for a certain period of time. So that then they get to play at the level that they want. And you saw them at Trump's dinner, the President Trump's dinner, when they were, bowing down and telling him, you're the only one who gets.
Who feels us.
Yeah, you're the only one who gets us, right?
Yeah.
So, and now there's this huge immunity campaign where they should be protected. I'm like, coming back to, the example you gave, what do we want out of this as a country? Like, yeah, we have our own system, our own technology. What could AI mean for us and what could it do for us? And then go from there. So for us to be able to do it in our own way, we need people to go into the algorithm training work. We need them to be treated in this way. We need that skill to transfer from, engineer to engineer, labeler to labeler, comprehensively.
Can this nonsense fly in China?
I get so I get so frustrated sometimes. Look, every country has its version of exploitation and its version of being smart. This is what China gets right. So China is also a leader in AI models. You know about the DeepSeeks and
I've actually worked for them.
Now, China's model of data labeling is actually government run. So it's government itself that has set up data training AI training centers. So it's partnerships between business and the country. And what that does, one, it gives them data sovereignty. So the data that they're training actually belongs to the government and it's secured. Okay. And two, it helps you make sense of your participation in a wholesome way. You actually have a big picture. So when DeepSeek says they're releasing a model, the government knows what that model is. And that's what keeps making the government even more powerful. But there's always bad players. So China is also exploiting workers in Kenya. And the model, whatever you see...
So I was exploited.
No, well, it's what... I don't know the model you use, but what we're seeing from China is worse.
Yeah.
So China comes and gets Mung'ala and says, Mung'ala, we want to give you a job. We're going to pay you this amount of money. Your work is to only get 10 people and put them in a WhatsApp group.
Yes.
Don't tell them what they're doing. Don't tell them who they're doing it for. So they give you money to pay somebody on a WhatsApp group. So you only know Mung'ala. So there's like layers to the exploitation, and that's why the solution has to be like the government thinking about let's pause and restructure this thing.
Actually, Mercy, no. the government tends to be a bit slow.
Very slow.
In moving on these things because there's what you call the larger picture.
Yeah.
And the discussions that those in the executives have had.
Yeah.
And you don't want to underestimate the lobbying machinery.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Of big tech and big business.
Yeah.
Okay? The discussion in my mind is that how do we get to understand the playing field well?
Yes.
So that when we position ourselves from a position of knowledge strategically.
I love it. I love it.
Not that you get upset and you throw no. No.
Exactly.
This one is not managed this way, because the capitalistic manner of exploitation by these companies in the West do not assume for a second that they began with us.
No.
They normally do this on their own people
There's
first.
a system, yeah.
And they get to understand how this thing works.
Yeah.
Then they export it.
100%.
Now, when you hear of the West talking about a friendly nation, a friendly government,
It's one that allows it to
those
continue.
are people they've tied round in so many knots. They almost anticipate the master's bidding before they do it. Now, but we have the good fortune of having a robust constitution.
Yes, I like that.
We do. And we have the good fortune of having a very large population of people in this country who actually understand this 21st century phenomenon, because it is a 21st century phenomenon. Not the essence of it, but the manner in which it's being executed.
The reality of it.
Yes. So this is something you tackle strategically and intelligently.
Which is why, like, our approach to this is strategic litigation. If the government doesn't want to come to the table, we will force it to come to the table one way or another, because
Yes.
there's too much for us to lose. Like, we're losing.
There's too much at stake.
There's too much at stake. And this is our message. This is not how we grow. There's a way we grow. There's a way we position ourselves, and it leads to growth. It leads to so many things that are advantageous for us. But, plain and simple, the way it's structured right now, this is not how we grow.
No, it isn't. And the thing that you must understand is those who represent us don't quite get it.
Yeah.
We engage them by electing them. They don't quite get it. These bottom feeders who we elected, okay, are people who are very fundamental in their thinking, okay? We are thinking of advancement, they are thinking survival.
Yeah.
And if you talk about evolution, survival is something that is intrinsic in everyday life, but they are stuck there.
Yeah.
And survival for them is how much money do I make, okay? Now, they then lose out on the much larger picture of how much money everybody can make, and a much larger population can make, and how the livelihoods of the citizenry can change because of this.
This is the first time tech companies have come here and then tried to do things. We even have biotech companies who've come,
of course,
and they've tried to have their way.
Yeah.
Kuna company moja nasikia ilipeleka our parliamentarians where, and they paid them some good money.
That's like a common Monday, you know.
By the way, it's what they do.
Yeah, that's a
it's what they do.
And for them giving every MP a couple of dozen of millions.
The revenues, like, we try, when we're presenting these cases in court, we try and present what matters profit in 1 quarter is, and sometimes you run out of numbers, like literally you run out of digits. So because it's that high, right? And like, just coming back to this, some example, what you're saying is very true. If you don't look at the actual reality of it, you start focusing on survival. Survival looks like counting a head count and saying that head count equals to number of jobs created. Let's examine what is happening here. Meta acquired Scale AI last year, which means Meta now owns Remotas, owns Outlier. Meta also has moved its data labeling online. So when they're here saying, we don't trust Sama anymore, that is why we have pulled the contract, they've already started doing data labeling online. But the advantage of online is there isn't a physical Sama that you can go and hold accountable.
Yes.
It's just the worker in whatever room you're in, whether you're in Kirinyaga or like you're in Mombasa, just you, the worker, and the algorithm, napambana. So it's like anybody's game. Exploit this worker as much as you want. Let them train for you all the data sets that you want within an even shorter period of time. You don't even have to pay them. So don't just think about, we're losing 1,000. We are not losing 1,000 jobs. We are losing 1,000 opportunities that had been created to exploit us in this way, and converting them to another 1,000 opportunities to exploit us in a different way. So none of these should bait us into the conversation that they want us to have, because what they want us to do is say, we should be protecting these companies, the business law argument. And when the president was in Nakamukunji saying Sama went to him and now he's going to change the law to make sure that Sama will never be sued. They want to. That is a narrative from the tech companies themselves.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be baited into having that conversation. It should be more about, but what is this thing that you are doing? How are you doing it? And what is your responsibility here? And what can we do to protect our young people better.
You know, that's why we're told, Manze, we need to consider some of the people that we vote for.
Yeah.
Because if they, like you put it, do not understand anything about this technology,
Yeah.
then we are in trouble.
And it's worse because tech is very elitist. So even people who you would expect to understand sometimes are caught up in the AI hype. So, I mean, quite some privacy groups and the conversation, you know, discourages me sometimes because everybody like, oh my God, AI is the future. Like, you'll be left out. I'm like, so we've just assumed autonomy is dead. Like, I can't decide for myself whether AI is a tool I want to incorporate in my work or not. Like, you're forcing me into it.
Yeah, that's where we are right now.
You see, so even the tech bros, so to speak, are caught up in the hype. So when they go to show up for these AI forums, they are more about Kenya should be looking for how to partner with Meta and Microsoft and things. I'm like,
yes, we can, but
how and for what?
You see, Paul,
and that is where legislation comes in.
It does.
Should.
It's not a question of who we vote for.
Yeah.
You see, active citizenry is what has made the US what it is, because capitalism always does what we're seeing.
Yes.
It always does.
Yes.
They will take shortcuts when they can. They will want to monopolize things, and that's why there are things like antitrust laws.
Yep.
The citizen is the enforcer of compliance.
Yes.
If we do not hold those we elect, we will elect you.
Yeah.
If we don't superintend them, they will go rogue.
Yeah.
We cannot even fathom the pressure that big tech can put on an individual.
Definitely.
Believe me.
Definitely.
So we have to give him the alternative of understanding. You either do what we're telling you, or you're out.
Yeah.
It's something. For us to actually live and survive, we have to learn it. Because believe me,
Acha nifikirie kama layman, because if a tech company comes over and offers me, and this is just me just thinking out,
usiende billion, unapenda hiyo number sana. Just do.
But let's just
no. Go with something you manage like tens of millions, Paul.
Okay. Let's just say this tech company, right?
Okay, billion.
Sawa, no, not a billion, but they give me an amount I have never seen it, and perhaps if I continue in my current line of work, I'll never see. You want to tell me that, you know how much pressure that is?
Can I challenge that?
Yes.
I mean, look, I've been tracking the patterns for quite some time, and I think it's important to understand what tech companies care about. Of course, they care about profit, but there are people also they refuse to engage with. If you've not reached a certain threshold, they're not spending money bribing you. What they're doing is this threat tactics of, you know,
we will
move our business elsewhere. So I don't see pressure as that. Sometimes I see pressure as a tech company just, you know, tracking you and making you feel very unsafe and insecure in your life. It might not just be about, you know, the billions and things like that, which is why I agree with you, right? We have a weapon in the Constitution, and this is why, for me, the answer is in human rights and litigating to protect human rights. We have a very beautiful tool. It's our collective duty to try and understand the times we are in, and if our regulators don't make sense of it, we have to make them understand
that is precisely it. We must ram it down their throats so that they cannot say they don't know.
Exactly. It has to happen. And there has to be a way to move worker power into the spaces that actually are making these decisions. So the laws on the next model of employment, and you know, this is something that people should start caring about very deeply. AI is going to start impacting us at our workplaces, our traditional workspaces. You know, right now the idea is, is my job replaceable or not by AI? That's not how it's going to affect you. How it's going to affect you, number one, is algorithmic management. The day your boss comes in and gives you a special laptop or tells you to install a special application that tracks your clicks and tracks your everything, AI has started infecting who we are as humans and affecting how we are regulated as workers in a workplace. So it's not just a AI training workers issue. It's also about the whole population caring about how will AI impact me.
It is about control.
It is about control.
Yes.
Because control equals dominance.
Yes.
And profits.
And that's the whole point. You see, these individuals whom we elect are us.
Yeah.
And we must understand the pressure that comes with those jobs which are outside the spheres of, do we have water, do we have hospital, do we have schools? When big tech enters the economy, it is a
Distorts.
completely different dimension.
It distorts the market.
It is completely
everything.
different.
Yeah.
All right, Mercy, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show. So we've got to say kwaheri,
Yeah.
but I'll allow you some 30 seconds perhaps to just tell us wafanyikazi wa Sama,
Yes.
what's going to happen to them and what should they look forward to?
Okay.
Yeah.
We are on the drawing board now, figuring out how do you protect, and what do you do to protect workers who've gone through something like this. What we should expect is that workers aren't giving up anytime soon.
Okay.
They're mobilizing, and if it has to be them that turn this ship into the correct direction, where we force the country to think about our participation in the AI ecosystem, they are going to lead that route and have seen it, and they're empowered. So this is a loss to the workers, but they're down, not out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. That's where we are. You will probably give us an update when the time comes.
Yes.
Of how this situation is unfolding.
Yeah.
About that bill. Has
Yep.
it been whatever into law? No.
It's now in the National Assembly. So
Being
we
debated,
are
yeah?
watching that space, and we are calling on National Assembly members, do not vote for the Business Laws Amendment Bill.
All right.
Yes.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Do stand by, because in the next hour we get a little bit political, and perhaps that question of Sama and the rest might just come up. Right now, though, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's waste problem is raising health concerns, with officials warning that poor disposal is exposing more people to disease. Speaking in Nairobi, Public Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni said the country is producing more waste than it can safely manage, especially in urban areas. She added that only a small portion of daily waste is properly handled, warning that communities are already fleeing the impact.
Kenya today is currently facing a dual crisis. 22,000 tons of unmanaged waste are generated on a daily basis, with only 10% adequately managed. So this is leading to a rising threat of wash-related diseases like cholera, mpox, and other diseases. And the ministry has used this platform to ensure that we bring to the fore and seek support from other agencies, from the private sector, from civil society.
Heavy rains and strong winds have caused widespread disruption in Mombasa County and Kwale County, affecting dozens of households and damaging property. In Mombasa, at least 103 households have been affected, with 9 people displaced across Jomvu, Kisauni, Changamwe and Likoni. The Kenya Red Cross, in a statement today, said 5 households have been affected in Lunga Lunga and Vanga in Kwale County, while a search is ongoing for a border rider who was swept away while attempting to cross a flooded bridge near Shimba Hills. IG Douglas Kanja said the rains have also destroyed several police stations in the area, including the Inua police station.
In the next 3 months, these construction works will be completed. The Inuka police station will be here. So I want to assure my officers, our officers, that they need not to worry very much. Everything is under control, and very soon they are going to get a modern police station with all the necessary facilities.
Lakini bado kuna sehemu ambazo kuna shida, na department inafanya bidii kuweza kudesign solution. Shida kubwa Likoni tumebakia nayo sehemu ya Dimbwini. Maana Dimbwini ni sehemu kuna mto mkubwa sana, ile tunaita seasonal river. Na hii sehemu budget yake kuitengeneza sasa hivi hatuwezi kuwa tunaweza kutengeneza.
A special report by the Auditor General has revealed a major funding gap in Kenya's education sector, totaling 117 billion Kenya shillings over the past 4 years, raising concerns about the sustainability of free education. At the same time, Basic Education PS Julius Bitok told the National Assembly Public Accounts Committee that the ministry is currently facing a shortfall of more than 100 billion Kenya shillings in the current financial year.
I requested for 245 billion. But what has been allocated in this current budget is 134 billion. So there's a deficit of 111 billion.
It's like we are living a lie. It's like it's evident from data over the period under review from the special audit that we are preaching wine, but we are drinking water.
We need to be very honest to the people of Kenya that we have a deficit of 7,000, close to 7,000 each financial year.
The Zambian government says it has taken custody of the body of former President Edgar Lungu, who died in South Africa 10 months ago, despite objections from his family. The dispute comes amid a long-running political rift between Lungu and his successor, President Hakainde Hichilema. Authorities argue that as a former head of state, Lungu should be honored with a burial in Zambia alongside other presidents at a designated burial site in the capital, Lusaka. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Admissions now open at Kitengela International Schools, offering CBE and international curriculum from playgroup to senior school with modern facilities and a nurturing environment for your child's success, offering both day and boarding options. Call us today on 0722 157 502 or 0794 264 430 or visit our campuses in Kitengela, Athi River or Syokimau. Visit our website www.kisc.sc.ke. Kitengela International Schools, excellence in education.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is Radio Generation. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Andoni Raola is a leading candidate to become the next Chelsea boss after Liam Rosinia's sacking, according to UK media reports. Rosinia was sacked by the Blues on Wednesday, just 3 months after his appointment. The departure brings to an end a miserable stint at Stamford Bridge, which saw him lose 7 of his last 8 matches in charge. Callum McFarlane will take charge on an interim basis until the end of the season. The Gor Mahia chairman Ambrose Rachera has urged football authorities in the country to take a firm stance and uphold fairness in the league, calling out poor officiating for killing the game instead of building it. The Kogalo chairman also decries the poor state of many match venues and calls on authorities to review standards and prioritize upgrades among other items.
So this is about management. That's what we're talking about. We were taken to Wanguru Stadium. It's written International Stadium. The toilets were all closed. Or where do you go to if you want to help yourself? Just a simple issue like a toilet. Closed, they're there, but they're closed. So who decides? I don't want to talk about something which is sub judice, the Dandora Stadium. I don't want to talk about it because I think there's a pending judgment as to who decided to take the matter to Dandora. So the issue of where the safety of the match.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 12 minutes past 8. We are in that third hour where we're going to be talking about several things, and then of course we get down to we will be tackling issues from the cost of living, the fuel, the state of the nation, and the road to 2027. Kama kawaida, CT Muga is with me in the studio, and we also have two guests with us. That is Apopo Lentanana. He is MCA wa Kanyadoto Ward kule Homa Bay County, and then we also are joined by DCP National Director and Political Affairs, Strategy and Mobilization, Stanley Kimure. Gentlemen, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you.
Mko salama kabisa?
Salama.
At least for Apopo, we have hosted him here before. Proud to say nilienda na yeye Kenyatta University. Bro, naona mimi na yetu ni kama tuna live for the same reason. Tunaendelea tu kuongezeka, tunakuwa wakubwa.
Umenishinda baba.
Nimekushinda. Nimekubali. Before we get down to business, City has got a proverb that he will share with you, and then you will tell us what you think of that particular proverb. So City, over to you.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Rwanda. Pregnancy and fire cannot be kept secret.
This is a tough one.
Is it?
Because fire. Okay, fire. When there's fire, you'll see smoke, which means it'll be seen from afar. Same as pregnancy. When it starts, however much hidden it will be, in fullness of time, maybe in 9 months, must be seen through the baby.
Yeah.
So and it must balloon in the stomach. So I think something that is hidden, that we must erupt in the end, can't be kept secret.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see, that wasn't hard.
Yes.
Stanley.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah.
You can't hide fire. So you can't keep it as a secret. And also from where I come from, we say kuna mahali inafika unasema uwezi kufunika, I mean mimba imefika mahali imetupa nguo. Imetupa nguo, as in you can't hide it anymore.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's where we are.
Yeah.
Like in Kenya, where we are now politically, tuwezi ficha nchi yetu vile inakaa. So it's like uwezi funika ile miba inaonekana. Yeah.
And wewe kuna wakati ulikuwa umefichwa. Maybe you can just give us a brief overview of what exactly happened.
Yeah. Nilikuwa mahali kunaitwa Olkalau.
Yeah.
Memorial service of a former member of parliament, my good friend David Kiarao.
Yeah.
And tulimaliza kila kitu when our party boss called us pale juu kwa ile kwaya yake. We went there, tukaimba and tukamaliza. I was seated kwa ile dais ya president. Then thereafter tukaenda mahali we had a holding room to digest what ile mambo imeendelea kule, like an hour or two.
Yeah.
Then we left for Nairobi. But along the way, we had a friend we wanted to meet. I and my friend, my brother, Mark Mwenje.
Yes.
The MP for Embakasi West. So tukasimama pale Delamere. Have a cup of coffee. Tukaongea, then we left for Nairobi. Then when we reached, I think along around Rironi area, that's when we saw people coming. A vehicle was like trying to overtake us. So our driver akapatiana nafasi waingie. Then after kuingia, they stopped. Now, then we saw another vehicle.
They stopped in front of you.
In front of us. Hata haijaingia kabisa, but ni kama inataka kuingia, but imesimama.
So they blocked you from moving forward.
Us, yeah.
Okay.
Karibu tuingie kwa mtaro, hiyo barabara unajua kuna makazi zinafanywa huko. So the other one ikakuja pande ya driver, kama again like it was also overtaking us. So hiyo ndio tuliona wamefungua, wametoa bunduki, hata ile guns. Zile guns kubwa,
AK-47s or G3 rifles or the tactical ones.
Hizo hata sikujua ni gani. You know, they had covered themselves also kwa uso
with balaclavas.
Yeah. So we were like, what is happening? Kulikuwa na ka traffic kidogo, so then wakashuka. They headed to mheshimiwa to driver. Wakaenda kwa driver I think akashuka. Then wakaenda kwa, before wafike to mheshimiwa side, mheshimiwa introduced himself. And he said he is a member of parliament for Embakasi West.
So this is now Honorable
Mwenje.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Alikuwa amekaa mbele, mi nyuma yake. We were only 3 of us in the vehicle.
Yes.
So then I introduced myself. Wakaangaliana, then wakasema shuka.
Wewe sasa shuka.
Yeah, nikashuka. Mheshimiwa pia alikuwa ameshuka. Mimi sikuwa nimeshuka juu sasa I thought sikuwa hata naelewa. Tukashuka, wakaulizwa what is happening, can you introduce yourself? Wakasema usijali. Then when he insisted, they said they are cops.
Okay.
But hawakuonesha any identification. So we were like, okay, sawa. Then tukakaa kidogo tu. They were like, they wanted to handcuff me. So mheshimiwa asked them, kwa nini mnafunga yeye? Mnataka kufunga yeye? Pana hata hatuna ubaya. Na wora, kwani mnataka kuarrest someone you can't arrest somebody na umemtoa kwa gari yangu. So wakaanza kutupiana maneno. He removed his phone. Akaanza kuchukua picha. Wanamwambia wacha kuchukua picha, we will shoot you. Wanamwambia, anawaambia, sasa alikuwa agitated. He said you can shoot me if you want. Yeye anachukua tu zile picha. Then hapo haraka wakaniweka kwa gari yao. Sasa ilikuwa nyuma. Sasa kuna ingine nyuma tena imetufungia.
What kind of car was it?
Subarus.
Okay.
Zote ni Subaru.
Zile ma Outback, eh?
Yeah, okay. Outback, yes. So I was put in between the two gentlemen. Immediately after wameingia, we left. Na speed ingine kubwa sana. So mheshimiwa also followed us for several kilometers. He was behind us. Na ile siren inapiga.
Mheshimiwa's car had a siren now.
Okay. You know, Mheshimiwa's car is a GK vehicle. You remember he's a deputy minority chief whip. So he has a GK vehicle.
Okay.
Hiyo ni GK. Although sasa ilikuwa na civilian number plates. And then tukaenda, akatufuata sana. I don't know where we reached. Wakasema huyu mtu atatuzuia. Wacha tumalize. Wakaongea na wale wako nyuma na ile lugha yao. So wale wako nyuma I think wakafungia mheshimiwa.
Ni lugha yao, what do you mean? Walikuwa waongea Kiswahili?
Sio Kiswahili, kuna lugha nyingine wanaongea, sio lugha ya a tribe, a certain tribe.
No. Wako na vocabulary yao.
You mean the tango 1, tango 2?
Kama mimi ni sasa nilikuwa naitwa hiyo tango, sijui tengo. Tango hiyo.
Ndio hiyo tango.
Hata by the way utaniambia tango ni nini? Sijuzi kuelewa.
Ukasikia foxtrot.
Sijui
Lima.
Alpha Lima. Hizo zote.
Hizo.
Delta.
Hiyo Delta kwanza nilisikia.
Okay.
So we were when they said that they told the ones who were behind us to block him. Wale I think wali block. Then pia sisi tukasimama. Wakashuka. Then they shot in the air. What I came to realize that they shot in the air, but walikuwa wamesema tumalize. So I was like, now
that was a warning shot.
Okay.
But he didn't know it was a warning shot.
In me, I thought hata wame shoot here. So I was like, now mbona watuwe sisi wote, at least yangebaki aseme what happened.
Yeah.
Saa hiyo kumbuka they have already wameanza kurans, washanitoa kila kitu kwa mifuko, kila kitu, na sikuwa na vitu, ni pesa kidogo na ID na kifungu. Then we went after that wakarudi kwa gari. Sasa sikusikia ile siren tena. Akili yangu ikaniambia maybe wameshoot him or something.
Okay.
Tukaenda tukafika. Sasa wameanza sasa kuenda, tunasimama mahali. Na ukumbuke bado nimefungwa mimi. Yeah, so I don't know even where we are heading. But I could hear them saying we are sijui Dumberi, sijui Karuta, something tea plantation in I think Limuru.
Okay.
And also there is a time they said they are in Kirigiti. Na nikasikia tumepiga ile roundup. Hiyo at least nilielewa kidogo hata vile tulienda. Now from there tunaenda nasimamishwa mahali, naulizwa, unaangaliwa tena. Then there is a time we reach somewhere kwa msitu ambayo that msitu niliona ilikuwa kama majani chai. Maana nilitolewa nje na nikaambiwa niangalie. So I was told, wewe tunataka uandike. Okay, nilikuwa nimeambiwa kwa gari, nataka uandike statement kwa mkono yako that you are the head of security and you are under command of Honorable Medhu, Senator John Medhu.
Yes.
Nyandarua. And we have a warehouse in Rongai where we keep our firearms.
Now that is what your team.
Yes. But I am under commandship of Honorable John Medhu.
Yeah. Senator for Nyandarua.
Senator for Nyandarua. So I said, I was like, but we don't have any warehouse. Wakaniambia there is a house where utaandika hapo. Wakaniambia kuna nyumba utaandika hapo Rongai.
Ukakopetea baka the exact location.
Okay. Nikasema I don't even know that house. I don't know that building. Hata nimekaa sana kama sijui mambo ya Rongai sana. They said no, it's not what you know, it's what we want you to write.
Okay.
Then I told them, since you know where that house is and you know the warehouse is in that building, why don't you say you know it and maybe save me from kusema uongo. No, utaandika hivyo. That's when they started. Hapo ndo nilianza kupigwa.
Okay.
Sasa tunaenda tukiongea tujafika kwa ile msitu. Sasa ndio tutafika kwa ile majani chai. So nikaambiwa now tunakuambia what to do, wewe unatuletea mambo yako. Then tukashuka wakaenda, wakashuka, they went to consort. Hapo mbele nilikuwa nasikia wana consort watu kadhaa.
Walikuweka pingu?
Niko pingu saa hiyo. Already niko pingu, niliwekwa immediately tumeingia kwa gari.
Lakini wametoa ile cover walikuwa wamekuweka.
Walinitoa ndio nione, alafu wakarudisha. So hata siwaoni. Waka consult like 20 hawakuwa na haraka, like 20 minutes. Wakarudi tena kwa gari. Tukaanza safari tena. Tukaenda. That's when now walikuwa wananiambia you need to know what you want. Mimi nikawaambia, there is no, I don't think I will be able to implicate anyone because I have kids. And Rigathi Gachagua has his own kids and John Medhu also has kids. How will the children of those two guys watanichukulia namna gani after wame realize I lied and implicated their fathers for no good reason. Like now na nikamwambia sasa, kama mimi watoto wangu wakisikia mtu alifanya hivyo, will they be able to forgive whoever aliwekelea baba yao? Akaniambia hapana, we know what we'll do with you. They offered me money.
How much?
Walikuwa anabeba pesa hao watu. Walisema they have 10
million.
But kuna 5 ziko hapo.
Half now, half later.
So nilikuwa nazo kwa mapaja.
Wakaekelea.
Na ziko na ile kitu ya CBK.
Ile seal.
Sasa tena natolewa nione. So I said, hata nikipata hii pesa nitakulia wapi? Nitaenda nazo ama nitafika hapo tena ninyang'anywe? Tena mbona nichukue hiyo pesa tangu nizaliwe, ile ya school fees na ile yangu sasa kuanzia ile nilianza kupewa na sasa nishafikisha hiyo na sina kwa mkono sasa hii. So hii pia itaisha. Me I said, let me not do that. Akaniambia no, I told them I have kids. So hata nikikula nitakuwa nakulia wapi? Akaniambia they will organize for me a country for myself na familia yangu.
A safe haven.
So sitakuwa na shida.
Stanley, so we can keep it brief, eh? For how long were you in their custody?
They abducted me at around between 7 and 8.
In the morning? In the evening?
In the evening.
Yes.
And I think when we were in police station, I think we arrived there at around 2 or 3.
Okay.
Around 3 a.m.
So
now.
3 a.m. is when you were released?
I was not released. Walinitoa wakaniweka kwa, sasa ni realize tuko kwa police station. But hakukuwa na watu. A compound mbali kwa police station, yeah. That is now nilijua iko karibu kwa asubuhi kwa sababu after wameenda sikukaa sana, nikaona kumekuwa asubuhi.
Okay.
Now mind you, sikuwa hata na simu, singejua hata time.
Okay.
But before tufike hapo, kuna mahali nilikuwa nimepelekwa tena kwa msitu. Kuna time walisema, they said that walisema kitu nikasikia kama wanasema salama, tuko salama. But sijui msitu ilitoka wapi. Tukakuwa kwa msitu, they told me, you get out, wewe umejifanya mjanja, enda ukapambane na wanyama. So na hiyo tena nikatolewa, nikaona ni msitu. Na before hata tufike hapo tuliingia kama kilometers, and I could hear them saying switch off, wazime lights za gari. So hiyo ilikuwa corrugation kama 3-4 kilometers. So when waliniambia nishuke, na nikaona ni wapi, nikasema hapana, hakuna haja kungangana na wanyama. Hapana, shuka. Tena nikapigwa. Shuka, nikasema kuliko kungangana na wanyama nitaumia sana. Fadhali mnimalize. Ile tu sitasikia hiyo chungu mwingi. They went back, waka-consult. Kaambiwa twende, wakarudi. Sasa that's when now I was taken to Isinya police station. Isinya tena sasa nikapata nilijua baadaye asubuhi ni Isinya, hata sikuwa najua ni wapi. When we reached Isinya, wakaniambia, nilikuwa nawaambia nataka kwenda kujisaidia, wanakataa. So wakaniambia kojoa sasa. Sioni na kojoa wapi. Hiyo ilikuwa mara ya pili. Kuna ingine nilikuwa naambiwa nikojoe na nisikojolee gari. Nafuguza nyuma, kuna ingine nyuma, kumbe kuna gari. So naye waliniambia nisiwakojolee. Na unasikia wako mbele yangu. Sasa unashindwa, ukikojolea mmoja sasa utauliwa. But now nikajisaidia tu mbele yao. Then wakanichukua, nikatolewa hiyo kitu, nikapelekwa kwa room kama 15-20 meters from where now tulikuwa tumesimama, kama 20 to not like 20 to 30 meters. Hapo ndio sasa waliniambia, before tuende hapo, mtu mmoja aliingia kwa gari. Gari ile nilikuwa juu, akiongea mimi niko ndani tu ya gari. Akakuja akanipiga pande hii, mateke, mangumi, niambia wewe unajifanya mjeuri sana, sijui ni nini uko nayo. Nikamwambia mimi sina kitu, yote ile ni ile tu mko nayo, sikuwa na kitu kingine. Huyo akaenda. The guy who was on my left side came back. Akaniambia sasa kuna mtu amekudhurumu. Nikamwambia hujanidhurumu wewe. Unajua nilikuwa nasikia sauti, sio yeye alikuwa ananipiga. Hujanidhurumu, lakini huyo mtu alikuwa hapa. Amenipiga na amebeba pesa zangu. Na kwani ulikuwa na pesa? Nikamwambia ile pesa nimekuambia ilikuwa nitumie my sister ambaye alikuwa anaenda MRI KU. Sikuweza kutuma juu kulikuwa late. Hata alienda akatoka. He said ati amekutoa pesa, akaenda. Then he came back. Akaniambia shuka. Nikashuka. Hapo ndo nilikuwa naambiwa nikojoe sasa. Nao wakasema, unasema umeibiwa pesa na nani? Abu angalia pesa kwa mfuko. Ilikuwa wapi? Naambia ilikuwa kwa mfuko na nimefungwa bado. He was like, angalia mifuko yako. So yeye akarudisha pesa. Huyu sasa ndio alirudisha pesa yangu. But aliweka ile mfuko haikuwa. But mimi nilisikia tu, alinifungua nikasikia kuna hata sikuingiza kwa mfuko, nikasema iko. Nikasema iko.
Okay.
Na yule mwingine naye akakuja ananiambia, wewe unatuita sisi ni wezi? Sisi si wezi. Ama umebeba nini? Sasa ndio nikaanza kuangaliwa kila mahali. But kama nimeweka mkono hivi, nilisikia nimefura
mifuko
ya jacket. So nikamwambia hizo kuna kitu umeniweka, kuna kitu umeweka ambayo si yangu, mimi zangu haziko hivyo. Kaniambia hapana, wewe acha kuongea, acha mambo mingi, twende. Nikatolewa ile kitu sasa. Ndio nikapelekwa hapo, nilikuwa nakwambia like 20-30 meters. Nikapata nikarum kadogo kakona kameza kidogo. Nikaambiwa toa zile vitu ziko kwa mfuko. Nikasema mimi sina vitu za kutoa. They said, "No, toanisha hiyo mifuko yako." Kasema vitu zangu mjanirudishia mko nazo na ni simu na nini. Nikamwambia ni nini na nini. Then nikaambiwa toa hii mfuko. Nikagongwa nikawekelewa tena inside coffee. Nimefunguliwa mkono, kuingiza mkono kwa my left side. Nikapata nikaambiwa ni grenade. So vile niliona mimi nikawaambia, kuna mtu alikuwa anachukua video, nikawaambia hii si yangu, hizi vitu si zangu, mimi hata sijui ni nini. Wewe ni grenade. Unabeba grenade wewe ndio unaenda ukipiga watu. Nikaekelea kwa meza. Nikaambiwa toa kitu kingine kwa mfuko. Nikamwambia hakuna, ni hiyo tu mmeweka, hakuna kitu kingine. Kaniambia ingiza mkono. Makana literally anakuja karibu kuniingiza mkono. Ndio nikapata kuna risasi.
Bullets you mean?
Risasi hizi za kawaida za kupiga nini. Hiyo hata karibu nilisikia kama nitalia. Juu mimi nimekuwa follower na supporter wa Raila Odinga. Kwa maana nimekuwa Jubilee Treasurer na Nairobi County, so mimi ni wa Azimio. And Raila Odinga has been my role model hiyo miaka yote. Tukienda maandamano zile zote niliwaienda, he was telling us kama watoto wake, na mimi mwenyewe alikuwa ananiambia tukiwa na watu wengine, msijaribu, tunaenda kupigana na serikali sio polisi. Usijaribu kukua na tear gas ama bunduki ama kitu yoyote. So mimi hata sijawahi guza, ni ile tu naonanga zikitupwa. Na the one that they put in my pocket was not like those ones ambao naonanga zinatupwa kwa barabara na polisi. Ilikuwa kitu, hata nilikubali bado ni grenade juu sijawahi ona kitu kama hiyo, ni kama kamkebe hivi. So nikamwambia mimi sijawahi kuona. Wacha toa hiyo ingine, tuingiza mfuko. Hata ananiambia ni mfuko gani naingiza, mahali hata siwekangi kitu. Nikapata kuna karatasi ya black, that black paper. Wewe ni wa Mungiki, kumbe unabeba tobacco, wewe ni mtu wa Mungiki. Nikasema mimi sivuti tobacco. Fungua. Nikafungua, that's where nao nilipata vitu zile walisema ni bangi.
Stanley, because we won't narrate the entire ordeal.
Yes.
Yeah. Just what happened to your eyes? Because we found you with applying something on your eyes. What is it something that you've had before or it happened during that?
Hii hata nimeanza kuitumia saa hii. Kuna hiyo kitu waliniweka, kuna vitu sijui ni nini ilipuliziwa kwa ile kitu niliwekwa. So ilikuwa
in the mask that you wore.
Kuna kitu walipulizia, so nimekuwa na shida tangu hiyo siku. I decided to kuenda hospitali Lions. Ndio sasa nikapewa hizo dawa.
Have they told you what's wrong with your eyes?
Wamesema tu ina nini, nikiweka hiyo walisema kuna sijui inflammation something,
but they told you it's treatable.
Waliniambia nitumie hizo dawa.
Okay.
Na sasa nimepewa macho 4. Mimi sijui macho 4. Miwani niko nayo.
All right, so we'll call you back to perhaps you'll explain this in more details. Yeah, but pole sana.
Nimepoa.
Yeah. They eventually released you in your, did they drop you in Nairobi or they left you in Isinyo, found your way home?
No, after tumetoa hizo vitu, they recorded a statement that I was told to sign, to counter sign. Nikakataa, nikapigwa coffee, nika sign.
Okay.
Then I was told to write another one kwa mkono. When I wrote the whole ordeal, na mkono yangu, wakaniambia hapana, ondoa hiyo face ya kuweka Medhuna Gachagua. Wakaniambia nitoe N, nikaandika vile walikuwa na ni direct, weka hiyo mambo ya dada yako mgonjwa na nini kwa hiyo statement. Hiyo ndio sasa statement yenye ambayo a day hiyo mchana watu walianza kujaa kwa police station. So I was taken to Kajiado police, Kajiado kotini. Nikaenda nikatolewa, nikaambiwa majaji wangu, mawakili wangu wakauliza kama hiyo ndio unafaa kustakiwa ama ni kwenye niliabductiwa. So magistrate said tuende huko on 15th, a week later. 15th when we went there akasema tukapata huyo judge amekuwa promoted, sio magistrate, sasa ni judge. So another judge alisit for on her behalf.
Okay.
Akaturudisha Limuru. That day nimerudishwa Limuru tena wakakuja kunishika tena. Niliachiliwa, I was discharged at around 10. but kwenda kutoka nje wamejaa wanataka kunishika. Nikarudi kwa koti nikashout. Jaji akaniambia nikae hapo, but nilikaa hapo from 10, sijaenda hata choo kwa maana wamejaa kila mahali mpaka 5 wakati jaji alitoka. Then when judge left na akasema msijaribu kushika mtu kwa koti, juu aliniuliza ni nini na nikamwambia. When alitoka I was rearrested, then taken back to Isinya Kiserian. After Isinya nikapitishwa Kiserian wapi to up to Limuru. Limuru nikaenda tena nikalala ndani. Following day nikapelekwa kotini. Kotini haikuendelea, nikatoka tena mpaka following day. But kule nikapewa cash bail. Nikatoka na cash bail nikajipeleka following day kwa koti. Okay. Siwezi potea na hizo vitu ni za kuwekelewa si zangu. Maybe what I can say, mimi naomba serikali yetu, maybe hizi vitu zote hata zinafanyika, William Ruto might not be aware of what is happening. There are people out there who want to show him that they are working for him, intimidating people. But the more wanatupiga, the more wanatuumiza kama mimi kuniekelea hivyo. Hata sasa hivi akinichukua nishasema what happened.
Okay.
So naomba hata kama wanamtafutia kura, wajue sio kura wanamtafutia, wanamharibia hizo kura.
Sawa. Nimesema nitakuita ndio utuambie vizuri in detail. Apopo. Good morning once again.
Good morning, bro. That's so terrifying.
Yeah, pole tumekuacha nje kidogo tukiongea na Stanley.
Listening to the story.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you ever found yourself in such a situation now that you're a politician and sitting MCA?
Not really. I think in campus, it happened when I was in campus, but first to say Paul to Stanley for the abduction, I think it's very terrifying.
Yeah.
Also for your children, family, friends to hear that you have been abducted. And that's what as a party that's built by Baba, to fight for freedoms of speech, freedoms of association, so that people can associate with the people freely across the country, across the divide, so that you don't have this issue of people talking in fear. Those are narrow era tactics. However, I think Stanley, as you said, politics is like that. Those are the things that Baba went through for the last 20-30 years. So to be a man, it's meant for men. Such kind of trouble is meant for men.
Yeah.
So I know even us, previously it was a problem with the Uru government. It used to happen a lot.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Abductions used to happen a lot in Uru's government. You know, the Yala cases, people could be killed, dropped to the river Yala. So it's a problem with Kenya.
Yeah.
The freedom of association, freedom of speech, that we as people in ODM, we have been fighting for the longest time. And I think it's something that as a country, people should be vigilant to fight for freedoms of expression, freedom of speech, freedom of association.
Yeah. What's happening in ODM, Apopo? Because we are seeing a lot of drama, we are seeing a lot of conversations within the party, others with the Kenya Kwanza government, and then we had some time last week Dr. Oburu saying that they have stopped coalition conversations with the UDA until they sort out their own internal issues. Have these internal issues been sorted out?
So we go to the Kotubaski ODM. There's Linda Ground in the Wananchi, the Linda Ground, you have zoning and zoning. Linda Wananchi, you have what. So popular party always must be discussed, because ODM is a popular party. People might discuss about it.
Yes.
It's the party that has stood with Kenyans for the last 2 decades. So at least when you see people discussing about ODM all the time, that tells you is the party to be and the party to beat.
Yeah.
So what happens is that after Baba died, it had to happen. And I last year when I was here, I told you guys, watch the documentary about Hitler's Sack of Evil. It's a good political documentary. When the leader dies, so the leader exits the stage, there happens to be loyalists who are for the party strongly, and they are ultra loyalists. Then there are those people who are taking advantage of the leader, who also are there. They use the leader to maybe self-aggrandise. They want to make money through the political system. So that's the problem with where ODM didn't get it right. Because when Baba died, they should have sat down.
Yes.
Because when Baba died, a week later there's a memorial. A week later there's a rally in Mombasa. A week another month there's what. Today they were having youth convention. Next week they're having a convention in Malindi. I mean, there's no time to sit as a party to strategize and to see how to move forward. In fact, I really say that age sometimes age is good. Despite about being old, really strategized ODM for the last 20 years. But now ODM has no strategy. That's why you have them having split of Linda Mwananchi, Linda Ground, and even in Linda Ground, they are split between zoning and zoning, and I know they'll be continue to split till it comes down to where it should have been. So for now, I think ODM is going through a process called is a metamorphosis, and in fullness of time, we'll see whether it will fly or not.
Yes. Are you in Linda Ground or Mwananchi?
No, me, I can't say Mwananchi. That I can't say for sure. But I don't have to say to say that me, I'm a maverick. I think independently.
Right.
I don't want to be thoughtful. And when something is right in the ground, I say this is right.
Okay.
Like when you say zoning is right, I there's a way I say zoning is right. Yes. And when something is right in Mwananchi, I say this is right. Because when we talk of zoning, for example, people say, oh, zoning is for weak people. Even DCP. Wiper, Jubilee, DAPK, they'll go for zoning. Why is it that when ODM asks for zoning, there's a problem? Because you can't have 3 aspirants of UDA, ODM in Langata constituency, for example. You must have one candidate as a coalition. And DCP and Wiper, they know very well that in Embakasi South, they have to fill one candidate of Wiper. In Roysambu, they would fill a DCP candidate. They know you won't find a Wiper candidate in Roysambu.
Actually, let me put out a scenario that is probably even happening currently now in the opposition, right? So we lost the MP for Ol Kalou. DCP wants to field a candidate. Yet the person who passed on was a Jubilee candidate. Jubilee, sorry, MP. So now Jubilee, of course, will feel entitled because they're like, see, the person who left us was our person, so we need to replace him with our person. But now DCP have put down their foot and they're saying they won't allow what happened in Mbere to happen in Ol Kalou.
Exactly.
So will they agree and say, okay, fine, this time round, let's let DCP do their thing, or Jubilee will come out and say, no, we're the ones who lost this seat, we're the ones to replace it?
But if you consider, is it not the same story that we keep seeing? Are Jubilee and DCP not in the united...
They are in the united opposition. But I'm trying to paint a scenario, because he said ODM and UDA, if they do decide to go it together till 27, will probably face that scenario.
In that case, he's actually right. That one, there's no argument against that. You see, when you talk about political aspirations, this is where I was going with my point of view. At what point do you ring fence it? And how do you convince the others to allow you to ring fence it?
Because I get a purpose argument. But now that we have a DCP person in the house, maybe Stanley, you can let us know how
DCP.
So ni DCP mutafield ama ni Jubilee watafield? Because ama mutafield nyinyi wote, then the people of Ol Kalou decide.
You know, as my brother has said, Raila fought for this country so that we can have a freedom of speech, freedom of expression. And I think that is what we will do in our whatever when we are planning about that election.
So for you, zoning out the window.
Jubilee, Jubilee, the former member of parliament, immediate former member of parliament, was a Jubilee. I was also a Jubilee member, official. Rigathi Gachagua, at one time he was also a Jubilee. Now he has his own party. DCP. What Jubilee is saying, because I've heard what they are trying to maybe to put the
foot down.
They are saying that the former member was from their party, and it's true. But again, as you have rightly said, that is what we did in Mbere. We decided to support a DP candidate. Simply because the former member was a
DP candidate.
But we lost. Whether we lost or we didn't lost, we lost that election. If we at that time we decided to go by what the ground was saying, sasa tungekuwa na mbunge.
What was the ground saying?
DCP. Even in Ol Kalou, ukienda uchaguzi saa hii, ukienda hata si uchaguzi, ukienda huko uzunguke,
ukienda ground,
Nyandarua yote ni DCP. ni DCP included, which Olkalau is in Nyandarua.
Yes, it is.
Now tukisema tuende na Jubilee, candidate wa Jubilee,
yes,
tutaenda na candidate wa Jubilee ambaye haina ground sahi. You know, sisi tumefunzwa na Rigathi kukua truthful men. Haina ground huko. Na nitakupea example moja.
Nipatie.
Since Uhuru Kenyatta left, umeona tu juzi Jubilee imefungua ofisi 3 na ni nzuri. Sisi tumezunguka Kenya hii. Hata leo as we speak, we are in Machako, we are in Ukambani yesterday na jana na today. Then we head to Mombasa. Hii wiki yote tuko Msururu. Last week tulikuwa Msururu. Wakifanya mkutano moja ya kufungua ofisi moja, sisi tumefanya 29. Unajua huyu ni mwanasiasa. Anajua siasa sio kukaa kwa nyumba ati juu uko na chama unanyamaza. We used to have kina Wanguu Nyanya, Wanguu Nganga. Wali form parties before ODM. Where are they? Our watu wa freedom fighters like kina Jeru Kathangu. But Raila alikuja na kaform na ndio hiyo chama kubwa. So now in all Kalau, we are saying as DCP, we are saying let's listen to the
ground, to the people.
To the people. Watu wanasema wanataka DCP. Tukifika hapo, hiyo haiwezi kuvunja nini. Watu wanasoma sana mambo, wanaweka mambo ingine. Hiyo haiwezi kuvunja United Alternative Government. Hapana. Tutaenda tusikizane, wakisema wakiinsist they have their own right, waeke wao, sisi tuweke wetu. Na wetu tunajua atashinda. Kwa nini? In Narok we had the same scenario. It's only that it was not haikuwa highlighted sana. Wakasema wanasimamisha, sisi tukasema tunasimamisha. Then we decided wacha tuende. Tukaingia ground Narok. Walipata 37 votes. Tukapata almost 7,000. DCP Narok. MCA wa Narok town is a DCP MCA.
Okay.
So kama tulikubali tuseme ati sasa huku kwa sababu ilikuwa tungepoteza. So is a matter of nyinyi mnataka kushinda ama mnatumika. And I want to tell you something. Just one second.
Sure.
Kuna mtu ambaye ako that Nyandarua. Is a senior official of that party.
Which party?
Jubilee.
Yes.
Yeye ndo alifanya hata tutoke Jubilee. Kwa maana is a one man show.
Kila kitu ni yeye.
Kila kitu ni yeye. Huwezi mwambia. Like now, sio anajua hawezi, wacha hiyo anaenda kupigania ya All Kalau. Hata yake mwenyewe kwenye huwa anasimama hawezi pata. Yeye mwenyewe hawezi chaguliwa. Yani he's a former member for 2 terms. Hawezi chaguliwa. Anajua hawezi chaguliwa. But kwa sababu anaona kuna matiti ya kukamua ya Uhuru Kenyatta achilie pesa. And he coming from that area, that region, Nyandarua, he's in better position kukuwa manager hiyo campaign. Sio manage campaign, manage resources from Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeye hata anajua hawezi shinda, lakini anaangalia mahali itaingilia.
Okay.
Jeremiah Kioni, kwani nitakosa kusema?
Daragwa MP.
Yeah, former Daragwa MP. Is the one who endo amefanya Jubilee fike mahali imefika saa hii.
Is now deputy party leader of Jubilee. All right, sawa.
Why do they call themselves United Alternative Government? Why can't they call themselves United Opposition?
Bro, sasa wewe unataka siwache wajiite vile wanataka.
Do you know the problem is that Gachagua has a big sense of self-entitlement. You see, he went to Olkalau, did all these things. He was like also a co-president in a funeral, where he called his own protocol, and he brags about it every the rally. You are a united opposition,
but he is in politics, the people's deputy president.
It's not like that.
In politics, it's called positioning.
Gachagua,
that man understands how to position himself.
Actually, we had Raila Odinga as people's president.
Yes.
So right now we have people's deputy president who was elected by the people.
No. It's just so entitled.
But
that is politics.
Apopo.
Bro.
Our watu are disciples of Raila Odinga.
Yes.
Do you hear everything they're saying? Who is it that everything akisema ebu tuulize ground itasema nini? It was Raila. They have studied, they have understood, and they've said this thing works. And you can see it's working for them.
Let me even tell him,
yes.
when Raila was holding those rallies, tunaenda kusikiza watu, mimi sijakosa hata moja hata Eldoret. Nilienda zote zile zinaitwa town hall meeting.
Yes, ulienda.
Nilienda. Na ile ujuzi nimetoa kwa Raila Odinga as a strategist wa DCP,
yes,
as a director of strategy,
yes,
nakaa na my boss na namwambia this is how we used to do. Actually you are right.
Yes,
this is how we used to do. Usitoke na kitu, wacha itoke kwa watu.
Yes, exactly.
So tunaenda kwa watu ndio wanasema. So
but I like the energy of Ricky G. And it'll just go far. Though he's flying so high and the sun is very hot. His wings might clip.
He's flying like Icarus.
He's flying so high, and the sun is very hot. But give it to Ricky G. He has tried. I'm seeing only the problem he has that tell Ricky G to not talk too much. In politics, silence is a very big message. He's talking too much, releasing all his emotions. Then people can read his emotions. The fear of Ricky G is because people can read his emotions. People can read what is in his mind. People know that this guy is just for Murima. Everything Ricky G thinks and talks. Even if he goes to Coast, he'll just call Murima people from Coast. He goes to Kisumu, he'll call Murima people from Kisumu. There's nothing he does that don't touch about. And that's where Raila beat him. Otherwise, he's the typical Raila of 207. Typical. This is Raila of 202, 207. Ricky G. But only that he has bound himself to Central. He has not. He can't call in the people from Western Province. He has to rely on other people to call those people, because if he goes there, people say this guy is Murima guy.
Have you been listening to him of late?
He hasn't changed.
Oh, he has actually. If you listen to the narrative that Rigathi Gachagua started off with and what he is now, believe me, there's a change. There is a change. His conversation is about the country. Just take time and listen to him a little bit. What you saying was true about him, absolutely true. It's not entirely true now. That man has changed his narrative. It's not what you were hearing before.
Because maybe I think Mheshimiwa have missed maybe kidogo kusikiza juu ya hii mambo yao ya linda mwananchi, linda tumbo, linda ground. No, linda ground, linda mwananchi. But Ricky G, hiyo mdomo yake, hiyo unasema. Hiyo mdomo yake ndio ilikuja juzi ikatuambia 2 weeks before, 3 weeks, actually almost a month before mafuta itaongezwa na 40 shillings. Na 40 shillings. That mdomo ndio ilituambia mambo ya kina Emedi. That mdomo ndio ilituambia maneno ya IDs zinakuwa issued kwa foreigners before ikuje kujulikana. Hizo vitu zote anasema. Anajulia wapi? Anajulia kutoka kwa serikali. Akinyamaza, we will not be able to know. Actually, sahi as we are saying, unafaa kufurahi mwesh. Ati kuna mtu, at least kuna Raila mwingine amezaliwa. If Ricky G sahi decides to keep quiet, and I'm not in any way trying to demean other leaders, aseme sasa sitaongea kama goja, hata tusiende mbali. Sahi anaenda UK. Hiyo miezi 2 anasema. Hebu niambie hiyo opposition itakuwa wapi? Alienda wiki 3 ikarudi chini kabisa. So whatever he is doing anafanya vizuri na inasaidia nchi hii yetu. Alisema tutaita maandamano kama hiyo mafuta itashuka, na tutaita maandamano Kenya mzima. That very day William dropped by 9 shillings. Ili dropiwa na nini?
Tax, the task.
Yeah,
the taxes on
kama hakukua mtu aliongea.
No.
Kama hakukua mtu ameongea.
No,
we need many Rigies ambao watakuwa akiongea, kwa maana when he talks haongei ati reduce tu mlima peke yake. About mlima, what Mheshimiwa has said about mlima, ati akiongea mlima. Let me tell you, hata Raila Odinga kama hakuwa amepata mizizi kutoka where he comes from, hangeweza kuongea kwingine asikikane. Ricky G is a one-term member of parliament. So lazima kwanza make sure amelock. Wacha nikuibie siri, hata kwetu vile tunasema. Matiang'i, enda kwanza ulock kwako where you come from. Kalonzo, lock kwako. Gachagua, lock kwako. Wale wengine kila mtu lock kwake. Kwa maana when William was deputy president, aliingia mlima kwa sababu Uhuru hakulock. Aliacha ikiwa wazi. So Gachagua makes sure that when Ruto is coming Mount Kenya, mkaribisheni na mkule ile kitu analete. But immediately he left, Gachagua yuko hapo. Kabla William hajaenda huko, Gachagua kwanza anatengeza ground. William anakuja, Gachagua anarudi huko. Kwanza ni kulock, tuna lock ground.
He has not locked ground because in Barren North He lost. No, it was not locked. He lost. In the 2 by-elections of the MCS,
we didn't lose. In Bere, we didn't lose. DCP didn't fill in the candidate.
No, I'm saying, if you talk of Raila Odinga locking no Nyanza, if Raila today resigned, was to leave Jubilee government, Mbadi, Wandai, all those people, PSS, will resign tomorrow with him. But here he resigns and people are comfortable in government and
was impeached. He was removed.
If Raila was impeached also, if was impeached, anybody who is the ODM who is in the government there will have worked the Raila will work there immediately. So Rigiji still is struggling because, and you want to say his power in Olkalau.
Okay.
Olkalau. And the votes must not be 20,018. It must be 40,000 to 2,000.
Kindly, we invite us here after Olkalau election.
It should be 40,000 to 2,000. But if it is 20,000 to 18,000, that's not locked.
Let me read a comment here, several actually. I'll start with the one saying, this is Vibe Vortex. Mheshimiwa, I'm proudly the first from Kanyadoto here. I'm working on a soap making startup and would appreciate your support to grow it and create jobs for our youth. Kindly consider me. So kazi kwako. Huyu ni mtu wa Kanyadoto.
Job application ni mzuri on media.
James Teddy amesema, ama ni James Teddy amesema, watching live from Kanyadoto ward, we are saying 2-term is unstoppable. Kanyadoto mko 2-term, eh?
2-term. William Ruto 2-term.
Watu wamefanya aseme, alisema yeye ako independent.
Atete John,
he is a 2-term independent bwana.
2-term independent.
I think on my own.
You must understand that.
I think on my own.
Atete John amesema, this great mheshimiwa, sky is the limit, fire burning till 2032. You're planning to still do MCA?
Yes.
Okay. Kwani umetuma watu wa Kanyadoto wakuja hapa?
Hapana, this is a prudent man. Yes, he knows what he's doing.
Anyway, I thought I had seen a question somewhere here, but it seems like I've lost it somewhere. But it was on some of the issues that we were just about to discuss, of which we're going to discuss them. Where we want to take a short break, get into the news, then bring us back to the conversation that we're supposed to, or rather come back to the conversation that we're supposed to have here today.
Thank you.
Which is more or less around the state of the nation, the fuel prices. Pole sana tulianza na hiyo story yako. I hope we didn't have you relieve a traumatic experience. But here's the news with Winnie Maganga. When you do return, of course, the conversation continues.
It's 9 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Lawyer and Executive Director of Oversight Lab Africa, Mercy Mutemi, has raised concerns about exploitation in Kenya's AI labor sector, linking recent layoffs at Summer to wider structural challenges. Speaking during a Radio Generation interview today, Mutemi cited poor working conditions, mental health risk, and ongoing legal disputes involving Meta. She argued that global tech companies continue to prioritize profit over workers' welfare in Africa's growing digital economy.
So think about where you get your news from sometimes, right? Even how you listen to radio and how you consume media. It's on social media platforms. So we started at that, at like the need is not really there. But now because of the hype and because of the marketing language, and no one wants to be left behind in this life.
True.
Now they've become essential. And the question becomes, are they a public good? So much so that then when we are on these platforms, we should be protected. And that's where now content moderators come in. Okay. But the thing is, now you're asking me about what happened in 2022, is how he was brought, the whistleblower, how he was brought to Kenya. He wasn't told he was coming to look at videos of, people dying, live beheadings. He wasn't told that. He was told he's coming to do an admin job. So you've come and you're like, I'll negotiate a fair salary for an admin job, right? Yes. And you come, it's like immediate non-disclosure agreements. You're not even told that there's a matter involved anywhere, right? And then when you start the work, it's like, oh, by the way, like from hour to hour, you'll just be looking at these videos, and you have to take them down within this number of seconds because we need you to take down as many as possible as you train our algorithm. That, of course, affects your mental health. Yes.
The Ministry of Education has stepped in to avert a possible teachers' strike over concerns surrounding the Social Health Authority. A meeting bringing together the Teachers Service Commission, SHA, Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, and the Kenya National Union of Teachers agreed on key changes to improve healthcare services for teachers. Under the new plan, teachers will no longer be required to make co-payments when visiting health facilities.
There is going to be a revision upwards to where it was on the issue of the capitation, especially on the capping of the outpatient cover.
We have cases of teachers paying, going deep into their pockets. Much as we have a comprehensive cover, teachers still pay service providers. We have agreed with the SHA that this must stop.
The UDA party is set to begin its repeat Phase 2 grassroots elections today across 18 counties, with about 450,000 candidates vying for 20 positions in each county. The party has urged voters to maintain peace and freely choose their preferred candidates during the exercise.
The whole idea of this repeat is to give an opportunity to those that seats were uncontested, and those who did not meet the threshold of what was required for the elections to give it a second go, and to allow those who might have been left out of the process also to come on board.
We had a meeting with the Deputy Party Leader, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, for the All Kalau seat. And we wish to report that already 10 candidates have shown interest.
Lebanon's Prime Minister has accused Israel of committing war crimes after airstrikes in southern Lebanon on Wednesday killed one journalist and injured another. Lebanese officials said journalist Amal Khalil and Zainab Faraj were allegedly targeted after taking shelter in a house following an earlier strike that hit the vehicle in front of them and killed 2 men. They also accused the Israel Defense Forces of deliberately striking a marked ambulance that was trying to reach the journalist in Teire village. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
They study that earns you certificates and learning that quickly translates to money. The difference? Skills. At Sensei College, we focus on practical, market-ready training designed to get you earning fast. From plant operation and welding to caregiving, interior design, and mobile repair, every course is built for real-world demand. With modern training facilities, skilled instructors, and industry-based learning. No minimum qualifications required, just your ID and your determination. Call 0705 000 777. Sensei College, my skills, my future.
Radio Generation Classifieds. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. This is the third hour. Not the third, but the last hour. In studio, sitio cha kunicheka. Hizi stories ziko hapa zinanichekesha by the way. Haya, in this hour we want to get into that conversation around the cost of living and more or less the state of Kenya as far as our politics is concerned, from the fuel to the cost of living to the state of the nation and the road towards 2027. And we had actually started talking about the road to 2027. Tukauliza our guest here in the studio, that is Honorable Apopo Lentana. He's MCA for Kanyadoto Ward, Kule Homa Bay County. And also we do have Stanley Kimure. He is DCP National Director of Political Affairs, Strategy and Mobilization. Now, before we go to the cost of living, maybe still on that issue of the road to 2027, and you rightly asked, Mheshimiwa, why the United Opposition looks the way it kind of looks, you know, from the name and perhaps even to the organization. And I actually have that question, Stanley. A lot is happening in the country, but I don't feel like the opposition is addressing it with the might and vigor perhaps of yesteryears. And by yesteryears, of course, I mean when Raila was alive. Yeah.
I think we have you can't replace a person, and especially a person like my role model, Raila Odinga. You can't replace him because his shoes ni kubwa sana kufit mtu moja. But we have Rigiji right now, who is doing what Raila would be doing, right? Maybe hata kama sio vile kabisa like Raila Odinga, because Raila was a veteran na ameelewa mambo ya nchi kisiasa. You know, Rigiji anaelewa kiserikali kwa maana he's been in government for many years. He was a DO, he was a PA to Uhuru when he was vying for presidency, and he's been in KANU politics and all that. But Raila anaelewa mambo ya mwananchi. So now what am I trying to say? Najaribu kuambia Raila Rigathi Gachagua is the now voice of Kenyan.
And you're saying that when he leaves for the UK for the next 2 months, we are cooked.
When he leaves, lazima siasa yetu itarudi chini. Wacha siasa, everything itarudi chini. William pia atapumua, president atapumua. Wale handlers wa president wanatafuta watu wa kufix na mambo ambao haziko, ndio wafurahisha rais, pia watapumua kidogo, kwa maana hakuna mahali kuna vurugu. Na uhesabu zitakuwa meetings ngapi ama engagements ngapi after Rigiji ameenda. Now we need people like Rigathi Gachagua, wale wanasikiza wananchi, wanasikiza ground inasema namna gani. It's not about now politics. Nchi yetu imefika wapi, iko wapi, ni nani ambaye anatetea watu, wale ambao walipewa hiyo jukumu ya kutetea watu, like elected leaders, hata wa kutoka every corner of this country. Wako busy sasa kuangalia ni nini imebaki kwa sababu ya uchaguzi ujao. Unaoziambiwa na mtu sasa, kila mtu wako na uoga, mtu wako kwa kiti, including my brother ambaye yako hapa, lakini yeye maybe kwake ground iko sawa, but hata yako na kauoga, kwa maana wakati unaenda kwa uchaguzi inakuwa kama mchezo ile ya karata, inaweza enda vingine iende vingine, hakuna mtu anaweza taka kulose. So now wamesahau mambo ya wananchi, but ni sahi tukienda towards the end of this year, watajitokeza kwa wingi, kwa maana watakuwa wamejua wananchi wanataka nini. And at the end of the day, even if my friends who are elected leaders will be watapewa pesa na nini ya kwenda kwa wananchi, kuna wakati inafikanga pesa inakuwa haifanyi kazi. When we were with Raila Odinga, tulikuwa tunapewa pesa na Raila, lakini tulikuwa tunafuata Raila. Why? Because what he was telling us, or what he was, ile vita alikuwa anapigania ilikuwa sisi tufaidi. And actually we are able to say what we are saying here and mchana kwa station kama hii, kwa sababu ya struggle ya akina Matiba, kina Raila yenye walipitia. So wale elected leaders ambao wako sahi, my brother amesema yeye ufikiria kivyake, and it's good. Afikirie kivyake, akifikiria kivyake naende vile watu wake wanataka, hata kuwa na shida ati lazima inuliwe mkono na mtu, lazima atetewe na mtu. Ataingia kwa sababu anaongea sauti ile ya wale watu wamemtuma.
Okay.
Wao wako saa hii wengi wao, unaenda kama Rigathi Gachagua was impeached, kila MP unapata tunasikia alipewa 10 million. Hiyo 10 million hakuenda kupea watu wake.
Lakini walilipwa kweli?
Walilipwa?
Who knows?
Walilipwa, lakini sidhani ni zote.
Umesema tu walilipwa?
Sidhani
were lobbied.
But how do you know? No. This one, you gentlemen, you seem to know. Tunajuaje walipewa hiyo pesa watu wanataja?
Walipewa lakini sidhani ni yote. They were lobbied.
Ati walipewa lakini si yote.
Sidhani ni yote. Lakini unajua hakuna mtu anaweza enda kusema mliniambilia hii hamkunipea.
In parliament what happens in parliament is that there's a lot of lobbying. People call it corruption, bribe, but it's a lot of lobbying. So lobbying can be taken out for a trip out of the country. You can be given money. You can be given a contract. So there's always lobbying. But what I'm sure is that EGG really agitated the MPs. In fact, if you look at today's Star,
yes,
page 8, there's a question of how EGG is bullying the MPs and governors in Central Province to toe the line to DCP.
Yeah.
And he's really planting candidates in Kiambu. He has a candidate in Murang'a. He has candidates against the good governor there, former Senator Kangata. He has a candidate for all these places, and he's taking cash up front because he doesn't know what tomorrow brings. Like
cash from the candidates
up front. Yeah. It takes up front.
So nikitaka kusimama Kitui, my county, nampatia pesa in advance.
Up front apart DCP because he doesn't know that when you're elected, unaweza mgeuka. That is the story we are hearing.
Unajua mimi ndio wa DCP ndio nafaa kusema what he is saying.
We are hearing.
But you see, I as I'm not in any political party. What I've observed of political parties, people pay when they register to vie for seats. Not very long ago,
DCP,
UDA, walichapisha, it was in the public domain, watu ambao walikuwa wanataka kuvai.
Yes.
You would indicate
MCA ilikuwa 5,000, MP ilikuwa I think 10,
senator ilikuwa ni hii, governor ilikuwa ni hii.
That was a trick that even ODM is going to use soon, whereby you want to know who are those people who are with you.
Okay, so now if
who will be with you in the future? You can't tell by seeing if they'll register that they'll be aspirants, because in that meeting it even showed those people. It showed even Moses Kuria, who is the owner of another party, came to a UDA meeting as an aspirant.
Yeah.
It showed even the judiciary guy, is called Isaac Ruto, came to the party as an aspirant for Bomet.
So you mean JSC?
Yes, JSC commissioner. So people came. It tells you that these people are coming. Even ODM will announce it soon.
Yes.
Whereby people will register in advance, and so they can tell you who will be probable aspirants in 2027.
How much did you pay to register to vie on ODM ticket as an MCA?
MCA, I think it was 25,000.
25, eh?
Yes.
Okay.
But that was we paid for nomination fee.
Yes.
In April of 2022.
Okay.
Not earlier than that.
Is what you are saying Rigi is doing, is it different?
Rigi is not doing what we are doing now. Rigi is not announcing on the newspapers or to aspirants.
But does he have to announce in the newspaper?
Hold on, I want to understand what exactly Rigi is announcing.
What he's doing now, when you want to vie, like you want to vie for governor of Murang'a, we want to vie for MP for Kalau. You have to see him in advance
on a DCP ticket.
On a DCP ticket, you have to see him in advance and tell him, Mheshimiwa, this is what I have.
On IC so the usual 10,000, 25.
No, it's a lot of money, and you know people from Central have money. But the Central people have money.
Ngoja kidogo sitting ngoja.
Mr. kusema kitu, nilikuwa nataka kusema tu kuna mtu wa DCP hapa.
Hiyo mambo yote anasema. That is what they are doing in their own party. The Linda,
okay.
the not ODM. The Linda Tumbo party. Why? I'm here. I'm a DP member.
DCP.
A DCP director. He's talking about DCP when I'm seated where I am.
Okay.
Now,
I've also heard before, and I want you to answer the same question. I just want to also just add on to what he has said. I've actually heard of it before. I have heard that Honorable Rigathi Gachagua is taking money in the millions. Yes, and it is what he's actually using to fund also his current campaign and onslaught against President Ruto.
If
now you can answer.
Maybe if I may ask before I answer, has anyone nani mmoja ameenda kotini kusema ameitishwa pesa na nguvu na Gachagua?
Hakuna. Okay, sijasikia yoyote.
hii ni propaganda ya wale watu ambao tunapingana na wao.
Ni narrative.
Wana create narrative. Ionekane Gachagua ni pesa anaitisha, anafuatwa.
Pia imesemekana amesota.
Wanasema amesota. Mtu anafanya hizo mikutano zote, huyu ni MP, ni MCA. Anaweza kuambia kuorganize kama mkutano kidogo hata bila kupewa watu pesa. Kupanga mkutano, logistics na nini, inachukua pesa mingi sana. Hakuna mtu amecomplain ati ameitishwa pesa, number one. Na yule anaweza complain ni yule ambaye anaweza kuwa ametumwa ili apate kuingia DCP, baadaye aseme niliitishwa pesa. Let me tell you my brother.
Yes.
Well wishers, watu ambao wanaona nchi inasukumwa, watu ambao wako kwa biashara, wanasiasa wale ambao wako kwa hiyo serikali, actually even civil servants, senior civil servants in Ruto's government. Where do you think Gachagua gets information?
Okay.
Anapata kutoka kwa serikali.
He has friends huko ndani.
Wako ndani. Wale wakiiba, kuna watu wako ndani and they are furnishing Rigathi Gachagua with information na pesa wanalete, kwa sababu pia wanaona, lakini they can't come out openly. Hutaona wakipigwa picha na Gachagua, lakini wao ndio wana finance. Hakuna mtu ameambiwa like now this Kiambu county governor aspirant my friend is talking about, my brother is talking about. Gachagua, angalia page yake, aliandika akasema hata wale wengine wakija, you will compete and it will be a free and fair nominations. That is to say, who will be vying in that position, Kiambu county or wherever, ataface mwananchi. I myself, ni mimi nilianza hiyo maneno kwa sababu niliona sitting MPs wako na ile, since we didn't impeach Rigathi Gachagua, since we didn't impeach Rigathi Gachagua, we are entitled to maybe certificates hiyo time ikifika, kwa sababu tulisimama na yeye, we are foot soldiers. Gachagua used to go everywhere and I say nasema I have my people my fulani ndio getungati ya hii area bra bra bra. So people misinterpreted him. Alikuwa anasema wale watu ambao wamesimama na community. When he was impeached, the community was impeached. Na kama haikuwa impeached, DCP haingekuwa strong hivyo. So now me I told my boss, nikamwambia your excellency, watu wanaichukulia vingine. There are people who want to vie on DCP, but waezi toka kule kwa sababu ya 1 2 3 serikali watakimbizwa nini. When you say that Stano is my person in this area, italete shida. And he told me, when the director of mobilization, when mobilize people, waambie vile inafaa. Unafikiria inafaa kufanywa nini? I told him, wacha tuseme itakuwa free and fair, whoever ambaye anataka kuja. But again, huwezi sema yule mko na yeye hamko na yeye. So Rigathi himself, angalia page yake, kila mara hii wiki yote amekuwa akisema nominations itakuwa free and fair. And again, like now in Kiambu, people are saying that governor ni wa DCP and all that. Yeah, he was elected on a UDA ticket. You want to tell us simply because someone from umesema Kitui?
Yes, Kitui.
Simply because you come from Kitui and you want to vie on a DCP ticket, tusiweke mtu mwingine anataka tusimfungulie mlango ati kwa sababu tunakugoja. Hapana, tutamweka, you will square it out huko wakati ukifika wa nomination. So Rigathi Gachagua hakuna pesa, hakuna kiti anauza, hana kiti hata moja. Hii chama si yake, ni yetu sisi wananchi. Hawezi nitoa mimi kama member. Maybe naweza tolewa kama director ama position, but hawezi nitoa kama member. So hana nguvu pia kunizuia kuchagua yule nataka, kama ataleta wake mwingine. Na anawaambia wote, all of you, kama nimeona wame create story ati Jango is vying for governor. Sasa kumeletwa mwingine amewekelea. Wenina Jango anaenda MP thika. So this narrative that Gachagua anachukua pesa anauza akiuza, unajua hakuna kitu itakuwa kama DCP. Ukimesa with nominations, unaona uzuri wa Raila hakuwa na mess na hiyo nomination. Kama anasema nataka huyu MCA mahali fulani, alikuwa anaisema openly, anaweka watu kama 5 wale anajua hao ni watu, but anawacha wengine wapigane huko. Ukimess na nomination, hiyo nomination kumess nayo 2022 kwetu sisi Jubilee ndio ili to cost pia.
Okay.
Jango is going for member of parliament.
From governor to MP, he was bullied to go back to
no, by who?
By DCP.
By who? No. Mtu anajipima.
Now, Apopo, I want to ask you something about ODM. Dr. Burud said just a few days ago that even he will be subjected to that scrutiny. So he's planning to run still for Senate? or you don't know about his ambitions?
He hasn't declared yet, but whichever position he wants to answer for, the party leader always gets direct nomination to that position he or she wants.
Okay.
And I think he'll be given the direct ticket. But I think ODM party should focus on strengthening its grassroots first and assuring its supporters that there will be no sacred cows. Because what happened in 2022 was quite terrible, because in 2022 almost all MPs in Luo Nyanza were given direct tickets.
In 2022?
Yes, almost all of them. In Nairobi County, only 2 were subject to nomination. That is the women rep, who was the incumbent was going for the governor. So women rep was taking 2 nominations. The MP from D1 for Karachonyo. Because there are big constituencies, you won't want a fallout in big constituencies. But most of the rest, from Siaya to Migori, were given direct nominations. But you find a place whereby there now be complacency.
Yeah.
Whereby he's not performing because he don't get a ticket, and that's what will allow other parties now to come in. For example, in Diwa, if there was only one candidate against ODM candidate in Diwa, for example, the MP could have lost, because the ODM person had 30,000 votes.
Yes.
The Green Movement had 20,000 votes. Independent had 17,000 votes.
Where?
So 17 plus 20 is 37. It could have overrun the one for ODM if there were 2 candidates. And that's the danger ODM will face in the forthcoming elections in
next year.
Nyanza.
Yeah.
So they must give the most popular candidate the ticket in a free and fair open nominations. Then ODM will sweep all the election seats in Nyanza. Even in Kisii still ODM has a strong footing, even in Western Province. But they must go to the ground and get their people. I don't imagine an ODM which leaves a seat like Kisa East. Kisa East is next to Game. They speak Luo.
Yes.
Kisa East in Quisero is next to Game constituency.
All right.
In fact, Game and Kisa East, they are intertwined constituencies, whereby these people here speak Kiluya. It's called Kisa. These people in Game also speak Kisa. You can't leave such a ward to DAPK or DCP to fill candidates and leave it because of fear. ODM fails fill candidate there who can't win. I can't imagine that we leave a position in Kakamega County without an ODM candidate. A party that has held Kakamega for the last 20 years. A party that has held Viga for the last 20 years. Now we want to leave those counties because we want to focus on ground, wananchi, zoning and zoning. Let us go to the ground, assure members that will get the most popular candidate to square it off with other parties.
Yes.
And let's not fear zoning, because even if UDA comes in Nyanza and the ODM gets the popular candidate, it will still because I know in Nyanza, even if we go up and down, ODM still the popular party.
Okay.
Because it's the party of choice for people from Nyanza, Kisii, even in the Western Province, Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia is still ODM. If you go to Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, it's still ODM. But if you continue letting having unnecessary meetings without strategy, we will lose those positions, those counties.
Mheshimiwa, let me ask you, the popularity of ODM before Raila Odinga passed on, and the popularity of ODM now, are you saying that the level is the same?
It's not the same. It's not the same. Of course, it's not the same, because actually, the fact is that Luos have never been in ODM. Luos have been with Raila. There's a time where they say that since at Togeuzi party, since our party is one, our party is Raila Odinga. If Raila goes to even if Raila went to DCP, Luos will displace this guy. DCP. The Luos will be the director of mobilization in DCP.
Yes.
So our party was Raila Odinga. But now, because he had left, he has died in ODM, we still want to cling. There's that cling of ilikuwa ni baba. Mtu anasema ile nyumba baba macha koti ufai kutoka. So he left the court in ODM, and ODM was left in broad-based. So that's why we're still clinging on it.
You put it well, but let me ask the question. Is there any major political party in this country that doesn't belong to an individual?
Maybe no. They are all individual based. That's the tragedy of parties in Kenya. They're all individual based, and that's when Uhuru left government. Jubilee is struggling. The director of Jubilee has left to DCP to follow refugee. If Ruto leaves the government to today, UDA will die a natural death. It is only ODM that is still starting to exist, and it will exist post 2027 better. I think so. ODM, but the rest are struggling. So and Jubilee is having is baskets in two. Is they are in government and they are in also opposition. In government, they have given 3 ministers to President Kabogo. They have given Liki Nyanjui. They have given Mutahi. And you have told the president, fire these people, give them to ODM people, so that people can go to the battle 2027 when you know that we are reaping where you have sown. But you can't have people in government. William Kabogo has never talked anything about the government since he was elected, appointed to the cabinet. Mutahi Kagwe has never spoken about the government since he was appointed as the minister. Same as Liki Nyanjui. Just here,
maybe it's because they're busy working.
I just heard about him when there is this oil scandal. I've not heard about Linda Kinyanjui, any policy of UDA in Kisumu, in Mombasa, or in Nairobi. Have you heard about Linda Kinyanjui news? Even newspaper here, you won't read about Linda Kinyanjui.
Isipokuwa maneno ya oil sijaona.
Oil pekee tumesikia liside barua wengine, tulisikia liside barua. Hawajionekana. So Jubilee is putting his basket eggs in two baskets. Let them go to opposition, assist Gachagua there, and let them leave for us these 3 kind of positions to ODM.
I think
to ODM, so that you can assist the government, because this government needs assistance.
I think
in agriculture, in trade,
his county.
Stanley, just a second. I want him to finish his point.
Yes, this government needs assistance from ODM in trade, in agriculture, in ICT. And we have experts who can deliver that, but you can't have people who can pronounce government policies in open, and they're in opposition.
Okay.
When 2027, they'll be here fighting Ruto, because some people, and this is what we are fighting as a country, to rid ourselves from entitlement that only a few in a particular community can be in government. They can lead, they can be in finance. But it's a good job in debt management in this country. He has stabilized the currency, he has stabilized the shilling, and the economy is catching up well. But if you allow us that now, if there is no person for this community in finance ministry, then that community can die. We have the best of the best in economics. So we can't have whereby the president, and that's why we must fight theft, whereby somebody gets a lot of money in power, we lose power, he still has power to control the next government.
Ngoja kidogo. Nataka nikuja hapo tu kwa hao experts muli donate. Stanley, you were saying something.
I wanted to say that people from Kanyandoto needs to start campaigning right now.
Okay, what do you mean?
To campaign for the member of county assembly, so that he cannot be re-elected as an MCA. They campaign to those from other wards in that constituency. He become the member of parliament. Why? Ukisikiza vile anaongea, somehow unaanza kukubali vile alisema, anaongea akili yake. Nilikuwa naona kama anaongea ile ingine. Kwa sababu like now parties have the parties have their owners. Owners are the party leaders.
Yes.
Na amesema hivyo vizuri. And I don't know why after amesema hivyo then anataka kumpaint Rigathi Gachagua mtu ambaye ni wa mlima. He has mentioned a award in Kakamega, Kisa East. Kisa East is represented by a DCP MCA. Huko si Mount Kenya, huko si Kirinyaga, si Nyeri, si Murang'a, ni Kakamega County. Yeah? We have someone in Narok town, a Masai, a DCP elected MCA. We have another one here in Nairobi, a cosmopolitan ward, Kariobangi, hapa Nairobi. Again, on a DCP, a very new chama ijamaliza mwaka na already iko na watu kwa assemblies. That is to say, watu hata wakule Kisa East kule Kakamega, ambayo Kisa East amesema is neighboring game, wanasikiza Rigathi Gachagua. Now, about owning political parties. Kalonzo Musyoka, ukiangalia support yake mingi inatoka Ukambani. Ukiangalia Gachagua Mount Kenya. Kuna kitu pia amesema about Kinali. Kinyanjui, Kabogo, and all those who are in government, who are appointed from Jubilee.
Right.
He is saying that they are not speaking, they are quiet. Na umejaribu kumtengenezea, unamwambia labda they are busy working. They are not busy working. Wakati wataongea pale, wataenda nyumbani wapi? They are working in a government that is that chased us from that government. Walienda ku replace nani? Unpopular government ambao wanafanyia, ilifukuza the entire community. Ruto wanted to divide Mount Kenya east and west. Watu walikataa. Wakasema hapana, sisi tu mtindo yetu ni you can't divide us.
Yes.
So Kinyanjui, Kabogo, Kagwe unajua ni mtu wa mchapa kazi, anajulikana na wakati alikuwa anachapa kazi wakiwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru, kila mtu alikuwa anajua leo Kagwe amefanya. Why is he not talking? Kwa maana anajua hata mahali anaenda nyumbani kama amejificha, anaingia na anatoka mapema aende ofisi akae huko.
Kuna siku alikuwa Trans Nzoia huko kwa kina anatembea, alikuwa na distribute, I think it was seeds of fertilizer.
Is that nani? Is that Mutaikagwe? Is that Mutaikagwe ambao unajua? Huyo ni yule Mutaikagwe unajua? Huyo ni yule Mutaikagwe, sio yeye. Why? Kwa maana ameenda kwa serikali ambayo sisi watu wa kwenye ametoka haiko. Huyu saa hii kama area yake ingekuwa ni DCP, angekuwa anaongea kuhusu DCP, lakini nao lazima ongea kuhusu ODM ambayo area yake ametoka. Hata sisi vile tuko hapa, hata yeye ni mkabila, kwa maana amechaguliwa na kabila ile iko kwenye ametoka.
Ni kweli.
So anaongea, waacha saa hii aingie Nyeri ama aingie Murang'a ama Kiambu. Huyu na sisi we are genuine. Ukienda hapa Kiambu, tuko na 2 MCAs wa Luo community elected by the people, na majority ya watu hapo ni Wakikuyu. Enda Meru, we have a Muhindi elected by the people from Meru. Now vile najaribu kusema ni kwamba wale watu wako kwa serikali wanajua wako kwa lapi ya mwisho, be it governor for Homa Bay ambao tuliambiwa wameuza ODM. Unajua huyu hawezi sema hayo hapa, mimi nitasema waliuza ODM kwa William, after William ameiweka. Na watu, mimi nataka my brother akienda kule aende akifikiria, kando na kuangalia Rigathi Gachagua ati anaongea anasema nini ni mkabila. Rigathi Gachagua akikwambia bibi yako ako na mimba, hata kama hujaweka wewe usitaki kujua nani ameweka, wewe ujue ako nayo. Why? Alisema mtu mmoja alienda akafika airport akarudi, akaenda kuuza ODM, na ndiye mtu alikuwa close sana na baba wakati anaendewa India. Sasa huyo mtu na governor wake ndio wako na William alisema kwa kamba zinazunguka hapa ya kwamba huyu mzee nitazungusha yeye hata jua akifika Homa Bay. Baba alifika Bondo. Baba alifika Bondo bila yeye kujua. So tunafaa tuangaliane na tulizane maswali. Maneno yale ulisema wakati ule, be it Rigathi Gachagua, be it William Ruto, be it Kalonzo Musyoka, yale maneno ulisema kule. Kama hii ya Medho naona ati I respect you but I don't fear you. Kindiki alisema hivyo kwa Uhuru hakumweka ndani, Uhuru hakumimpeach. Hakumimpeach William, na Kindiki kina Gachagua huyu walikuwa wanaongea hivyo in front of William Ruto. But Uhuru alinyamazia ndani, akajua we have a freedom of expression. Now as we speak here, kuna shida kwa chama yao. Sitaki kuongelelea mambo ya chama yao. Kuna shida kwa chama yao simply because they agreed to sit with William akawachorea, akaona hawa ninajua ni nini wanataka, hiyo nitashughulikia. Mikutano zao zote zinashughulikiwa na William kule, ndio tunasikia zinashughulikiwa. So wanaona wako comfort zone, wajui ni nini William anakuku. And there is one time William said, aliambia in front of Raila Odinga of Sifuna, akamwambia na ujue mimi ni founder member wa ODM. Naweza kuangalia vile kuita mkutano ufukuzwe. That is what he's trying to do. But Raila Odinga akiwa uhai alisema nini? Alisema Sifuna anaongea kuhusu chama. Yeye ndio mtetezi wa chama, spokesperson. Unafikiria ati wakati Raila alikuwa baba the late Raila Odinga, unafikiria hakukuwa na shida kwa ODM? Shida ilikuwa, lakini yeye ni mzee, ni kiongozi, ni mtu ambaye anajua nini anafanya na chama, uzito wa chama. Alikuwa anawaita wanakaa kando, hii maneno huwezi kuiona ikitoka nje. Mimi nilikuwa tunakorogana na huyu SG kio, ni mimi nikiwa treasurer wa Jubilee. Baba ananiita, ananiambia Stano fanya hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Like now here in Nairobi we have Babu Owino. Babu Owino ukiangalia constituency yake, nataka kukuambia products za Raila Odinga. Embakasi East. Angalia constituency yake. Number 1 kila wakati. Enda huko saa hii, yeye ni critic wa serikali, ndio mtu asikwambia ati wameingia kwa serikali ati ndio walete maendeleo. Yeye ni critic wa serikali namba 1, hata Joy support serikali, lakini enda constituency yake. Saa zingine anapiga kelele, barabara fulani kanatengenezwa, angalia basari zake. Babu Owino anaonesha by example he can be even a president of this country na distribute resources sio kulingana na ukabila, kulingana na vile na vile nchi inakaa na vile inakuwa. And that is to say Raila alijenga watu ambao wako na maono ya mbali, sio mambo ya hapa. Huyo ni kijana mdogo sana Babu Owino.
Stanley, nimekupata. Would you like to respond to what you said before I ask you the next question?
I'm happy that when he talks about ODM, just like talk about Jubilee. He talks about ODM, he knows who got money from where.
He was in ODM.
Yes, he was in Jubilee. In Azimio.
Bro, kuna chama membership kwa sababu ya mahali umetoka.
Na kuna roho.
Mahali roho yako iko.
So ni kama
it's two very different things.
So it was already by art.
So ni kama ukiwa na bibi yako lakini uko na mpango wako.
So what I'm saying, what you are saying that I must agree is that as a party, as ODM, as a community,
yes,
we'll support Ruto for 2 terms. That's where our bread is battered. There's no negotiation about it. We'll do it for our community.
Okay.
Up to 2032.
Right.
That is guaranteed. We want to be known amongst people.
You've said it's guaranteed.
We will support Ruto.
Okay.
As a community.
As the local
ODM.
No, he will.
As ODM, ODM will support Ruto as a community, and we like the marvel is only that ODM should allow members with divergent opinions,
excuse me,
who are independent minded, to be in the party,
yes,
and be part of the party. Like now they are saying Babu Owino, definitely governor of Nairobi, will be governor of Nairobi whether we like it or not.
Who, Babu Owino?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he will be the governor of this city in 2027. Yes.
Okay.
By all standards, he'll make it. From example, he's given of Embakasi East. He's doing a good job. Yesterday he was giving bursaries. He'll be governor of Nairobi. But ODM doesn't want people who are independent minded. They should allow this membership of independent people to help bolster the vibrance of the party like it was before, whereby like for example when he had issues with Babu, Sifuna, Baba could call them privately, come, this is how I'm thinking in this regard to supporting William. Let's go like this. So you tone down 1 week, next week again it goes again. By the time you realize we are in 2027, but here somebody doesn't talk to another person. Like yesterday you saw the people from Coast.
Yes,
it's on the headlines here. So
it's in the Star.
They were sitting together.
Is it the first time they have sat together?
And severally.
Yeah.
But us in ODM, once you have diverged, we'll meet in heaven. In heaven, you know, there's no talking, singing, and praising the Lord. We'll meet in heaven. We should allow that people with the right opinion come, meet, talk, disperse, meet again, talk, disperse frequently, so that we can have a strong party whereby independent opinions are accepted and are tolerated in the party.
Mheshimiwa, nikuulize swali.
Yes.
You say that there's a guarantee that ODM will support William Ruto for 2 terms. What exactly are you talking about? There is the party and there are the supporters. Are the supporters with you?
I'm a supporter and I'm a party. I will support Ruto for 2 terms.
No. You know what I mean? Raila Odinga never spoke about anything fundamental without referencing, let's understand what the people think, what they want. And I'm asking the question now. Are the supporters of ODM behind the 2-term initiative?
Of course, CT, even in this, in Central, even in Central, people supported Ruto, but 1 million people voted for Raila. The same will happen in Lowland. Not 100% will vote for Ruto. There are those elements who think, no, I can't vote for him because of this and this. But majority, the good number of people from my ward, where I come from Obi County, will support Ruto for 2 terms.
For example, Anne Gloria, amesema, I am a Luo and I come from Dhiwa. and I will never vote Ruto this 2027.
That's a right. That's a right. That's a right.
Hiyo ni yake.
We allow it. But again, maybe let's be realistic, City. If you come from 202, when Moi was taken out of power in 202, in under 5 years, despite us ailing Kibaki for free private education, the country had degenerated so badly that by 205 he had failed in a referendum. By 207 he had rebelled with Kikuyus only. By 207, so he worked for 5 years with Raila and coalition to stabilize him. Quebec was among the worst presidents we have ever had in this country. Among the worst.
Worst how?
Worst.
Yeah, in what manner?
If he was good, why did he lose in the referendum in 205, 3 years into his power?
That doesn't make him a bad president.
By 205, by 207, he had lost all the country. You know this is tribes and only.
But
it was the worst. So it survived with Raila. Without Raila, Quebec could have taken this country back to where Kenyatta won was. Without Raila, because everything he did, Raila opposed, and that's how he stabilized.
Are you saying that Kibaki failed economically? He failed politically.
You can have a good economy
in governance.
You can have a good economy. Of course, Kibaki came to this country when there was light. You know, Moi worked in darkness. Kibaki came in the morning when there's light. In light, you have to do things as like in there's light, but did things as if there was darkness again. So there is why I blame him for failures, because the economy had to grow. Introduced mobile phones, introduced rates, reduced taxes on motorbikes, put rural education, increased taxes on things, developed some few roads here and there. By 2013,
yes,
people were saying that now it has 10 years of a Kikuyu presidency. Let's give it to another tribe. And Raila was poised, because we said, Nanganya 207, let it be easy to have a free fair election in 2013.
Yes.
So for 20 years again, we had this one tribe presidency. So there's this feeling again that the challenges have taken presidency from us after 24 years. Want it back. That's why people are agitated with Uhuru Kenyatta. I mean, with Ruto. In under 1 year, they're saying that Ruto is bad. Ruto is bad. Ruto is bad. Ruto is bad. It's not bad. It's not that some other tribe again wants the presidency by force. You see the point? And that's what we don't want. Whether everything is bad or good, let us have a chance that other regions can also produce presidents in this country, and let it rotate amongst tribes. There are people from Eastern here who want to be president, people from Western, people from Nyanza, Kisis, Coastarians, Masais. Let's have a country that's cohesive. Yes.
This is not table banking where anapata pesa leo tunajua kesho next week watapata.
See merry-go-round.
No, it is not a merry-go-round. Our politics has never been. Let me start by asking this question. Even in the absence of ODM, now that Baba is not there, do we have people, Luos in Nyanza, who would have voted for Ruto anyway, even without ODM?
Yes,
precisely.
Yes.
So Ruto does not actually need ODM. No, let me rephrase it. There are no people who are the people in Luo Nyanza, as we call them. You can say don't really have a problem with William Ruto, do they? That's the question I'm asking.
They don't.
Yes,
they don't.
So it is the people who don't have a problem. So the likelihood of them voting for William Ruto is high. It is
with or without ODM.
With or without.
That's true.
That's true.
They'll vote for ODM.
Precisely.
And that's why we're saying, despite the negotiations that we failed to get at inception. You know, when Baba died, and Baba said, let us hold on. Let's not say 2 term. Let's hold on. We refused to listen after Baba died, that we just rushed. Baba left us in ODM. And I say, we have very weak leaders as ODM. Very weak leaders who believe that now we are in government, we should not be talking, we should be saying 2 term. We should be able to say no. You remember in the Grand Coalition government, when there was something that was to change Raila, Orengo could come out immediately. I remember it was the lands minister. He could come immediately and say that this is wrong, it will not happen, and it didn't happen. And
they were in government.
And they were in government.
I want to echo a question here by Kelvin Wanyonyi. Ameuliza Mbuvi, the fundamental question would be, why 1 term or 2 term? What does 2 term mean other than the surface definition of an extra 5 years? Basically, what I understand from Kelvin Wanyonyi, and I could be wrong on this one, is why should we give President Ruto a 2nd term?
For us in ODM, or personally, where I will stock of my vote, Ruto as decentralized development.
Okay.
There is this notion. I want to give it to Uhuru and Kibaki. When they were doing Thika Road, it was fine. No tolling, goes to Central Province, which is fine. While the biggest road at that time that needed expansion was the road that comes from Mlolongo to Westlands, to Rironi to Nakuru, the corridor. Needed a big expansion. There was enough money. They didn't do it. He focused on Thika Road.
Right.
When Uhuru got power, Uhuru also focused on Mama roads. There are a lot of they are big roads. If you have been to Central Province, it's a big deal. Mama roads is a big deal. It has opened Central Province.
Okay.
While us in Nyanza, you'll find Chemelil Mamboleo stuck.
Okay.
Aero to Kisumu stuck. All the other roads are small roads with potholes. Ruto has come and said, let's do them. Today, we have projects of tarmac across Nyanza.
So they've been done or they're being done?
They are being done.
Yes.
Some have been finished. Why can't we vote for Ruto 2 term?
All right.
Why can't we?
All right.
We will, because he has decentralized power. He has decentralized appointments. Whereby every government today have an equal chance of being government, just like my brother Stanley.
Okay.
But during Ruto's time, the chance was 70-30. But now it is 50-50 for everybody.
Stanley, now that you've walked back in, the question I had asked Mheshimiwa here, which is an echo from one of our viewers, is why 1 term or 2 term? And he was answering the reason why we need to give President Ruto a second term. Obviously, you come from the side where you're thinking this has got to stop, someone else needs to take over. So why should we consider, or rather, why are Kenyans rather, and not all of them obviously, but the ones who are chanting 1 term, coming from your side, why do they really want President Ruto out of office?
Okay, now before I go to that one, he had earlier said that Kibaki was the worst president because he lost 2025 referendum. I want to pose a question to him.
2005.
2005, yes. I want to pose a question to him, but I don't want him to answer. He will answer maybe after I finish. Do you really think that Kibaki wanted to change constitution at that particular time? Your guess is as good as mine. Nobody would have wished to change constitution ile ilikuwa ya Moi before aondoke kwa ofisi, and that's why he did what he did. He was not supporting the change of constitution at that particular time. What happened 2010? He sat with the likes of Raila Odinga and others so that he can change, so that he can prevent the other the person who was to be the president at that time kuwa na ile nguvu mingi wakati ule. Hiyo ni siasa. Number 2, my brother don't know that the person who sent me to Wamunyoro is none other than Raila Odinga. He's the one who told me, Stano, what is this that people are talking pale chini ya mti wa Munyoro? Nikamwambia mimi sijui huyo mtu, unajua tutaki mambo yake. Mara 3. Ya 3 he told me you need to go there. No, second time he told me you need to go there ujue ni nini inaendelea. Mambo kama hiyo, revolution huwa inaanza hivyo. That is Raila, tukikula lunch na yeye. After aliona kama na dilidali, he told me ukitaka vizuri hata sitaki uende peke yako, you look for other chairmen, Nairobi County chairman, muende na wao. When I talked to them, chairman of Nairobi County wa Jubilee, we agreed and went to Baba. Nikamwambia sasa tumeongea na wao, tunaenda. Let me shock you, and that's why I will nitaishi kusema Raila was a great leader. Raila is the one who organized for us. Aliniambia watu wengine wananunuliwa kwa ajili wakipigiwa simu wanaitwa. So make sure mumeenda pamoja. He organized for a Rosa ile ya 29 seater. You know Nairobi you have 17 constituencies. Tukaenda na gari moja including myself. Tukaenda na gari moja mpaka wa Munyoro, he organized vile tutaenda, lakini hiyo hatukwenda kuambia wa Munyoro ati Raila ndio ameorganize but aliniambia uwezi jua mambo ya kule kama kabla hujaenda.
Yes.
Na akaniuliza uko area yenyu wa Munyoro anaambia watu wanamsikiza ama nini? Nikamwambia wanamsikiza, lakini unajua itakuwa ni kwa muda. Raila told me the way naona huyu mtu hiyo tu maneno anafanya hapo chini ya mti, sympathy will not last. Mimi nilikuwa nimemwambia mdosi ako sahi watu wako na sympathy. Aliniambia sympathy is last. Itabadilika ikuwe supporters. Wale supporters I can see huyu mtu being an administrator mjanja who was working behind the scenes kwa mambo ya nani ya Uhuru na Gachagua the governor, ataibadilisha ikuwe following. Mimi watu wangu ni followers, sio supporters. Huyu mtu anaelekea that direction. That is one Raila Odinga. That's why I always give credit to Raila Odinga, kwa maana hata akiona kuko namna gani, and I miss by the way the way Raila used to have handshakes and nini alikuwa anaangalia interest ya nchi, unlike people who are in government right now wameangalia interest ya tumbo zao. Now about one term, two term. Two term ni ya wale watu ambao wanaona kama wanajua nchi haiendi vizuri but wana assume inaenda vizuri for a simple reason. Like now my good brother here, nataka kuongea kuhusu yule yuko hapa. My good brother here, how can he be a one term in Homa Bay County where they are expecting to deputize
is two term. The county is two term rather.
The county is two term.
Yeah.
How can he be a one term where they are expecting to deputize William Ruto 2027? I mean, he can't. And that's why I said from where everyone comes from, unajua watu wa huko wanaweza taka nini. Wasikie DP naenda kwa alafu wakuwa wanapigana. No way. But let me warn him because we've been there. Let me warn him. Hata William kama anaweza shinda, of which najua William ataenda nyumbani 2027. But hata wacha tuseme in the worst case scenario amewin. Anaweza win na kuwe na deputy Wanga, Gladys Wanga, and the same thing he did to Rigathi Gachagua. He will impeach Wanga. Mutasema mko na mtu kumbe amekuwa impeached. Now why one term, two term? Two term, one term. Tunataka kurekebisha mambo ya nchi hii ile imeharibiwa.
Ni nini imeharibika?
Ndio hiyo sasa nakuelekeza. We want to correct the mistakes that has been done by this government led by this administration. One, hii maneno ya SHA. Angalia vile inaenda. Watu wanakufia mahospitali, watu wanaumia na umelipa. Kwanza unalipa ile one off ati ya kuchunga mwaka moja. We are told that police officers saa hii walihamishwa wakapelekwa SHA, walinyang'anywa, walitolewa kwa ile yao. Teachers the same. Uliza mwalimu moja yule unajua, uliza askari moja police yule unajua, inalipa 1200. Ukipitisha hapo jisimamie. It's in the newspapers.
So SHA is working, it's just not working according to
SHA is not working.
Okay.
How can you tell me nikienda kwa hospitali nisipitishe 1200?
So SHA is working up to 1200
kwa wafanyikazi wale wa polisi na walimu.
Okay.
But kwa raia haifanyi kazi. Wamepoteza 98 billion. Almost 98 billion, that is what we are told. 98 billion. Instead of Aden Duale kukama atuambie hii imepotelea huku imeenda hivi, yeye ako pale akipigana mambo ya siasa, anasahau yeye ni waziri. Number 2, hii capitation. Talk to anyone, talk to any principal of a high school, atakwambia what is happening. In Uhuru's time walikuwa wanapata 23 kuendelea thousand. I've been a chairman myself of a national school and I can tell you kulikuwa na kitu inaitwa Eduafia. That Eduafia wakati wa Uhuru, wakati wa handshake ya Uhuru na Raila ilikuwa inafanya kazi. Mtoto anagonjeka anapelekwa hospitali ine nzuri, akizidiwa kulingana na ile policy, na uangalie vile ilikuwa imepangwa, Akizidiwa alikuwa nafaa apelekwe nje na asimamiwe na hiyo afya for 6 months. That is what people don't know.
Okay.
6 months na yule mtu wakiwa wawili na yule mtu ameenda kumsimamia. That was Uhuru for you.
Okay.
6 months unasimamiwa na ile insurance. Saa hii mtoto anagonjeka, mzazi anapigiwa simu, anaambiwa kuja mchukue. Ikikuwa hajafika haraka, napelekwa ile hospitali iko karibu, hata kama ni gani. Na watoto wengi sana hata wamekufa hospitali. Shule ile mimi nimekuwa, watoto wamekufa kabla hawajafikishwa kule.
Is that now?
Is that hiyo
ati umesema
hiyo ndio sasa ile tunasema tunaweza kurudisha mtu ambaye watoto wetu wanakufia kwa hospitali. Hiyo ndio yule ambao tunasema tuweke tuta, mtu anasema watu wapigwe risasi kwa mguu, vijana, watoto. Hiyo ndio ile ambayo tunaona kama ile river tax imebadilishwa, imepewa a proxy from outside but ni ya mtoto wake.
Okay.
Now when will mheshimiwa's people wale wanamchagua kule nyumbani watapata nafasi za kufanya kazi za serikali, kufanya tenda za serikali? Number 3, mambo ya nini, mambo ya unaona ya inaitwa nini, ya vijana wetu wale tunaita Gen Z, tunasema tu watakuja kupiga kura, hawatapiga kura, mara wanafanya nini? Au vijana tunaweza wadharau, but I can tell you hao ndio wako na shida sana na William Ruto, hata sio sisi. Hao ndio wako na shida sana unemployment. Wanaambiwa pigwe marisasi kwa mguu akipatikana karibu na police station.
Okay.
Na unaona waziri anaenda anasimama mbele ya umati anasema kuna goons. Hao vijana ndio goons. Hao vijana wengine ni goons kwa sababu hawana kazi.
Sawa.
Anatuambia na huyu waziri ameappointiwa na president. Hao ndio wanatumwa kuja to silence sisi ambao tunaongea kuhusu hii mambo abduction. Actually nasema lazima tuanze kusema say no to abduction. Hao ndio wanatuambia ati sasa tuende kwa tuseme tutam ifanye nini? Hii mambo anasema inafanywa kule Bondo, kule Luonyanza. Amesema mambo leo barabara sijui gani na nini. Wacha nikuambie, wanawekewa carrot, walambe kidogo wamuingize mara ya pili. Let them ask us ambao tulimchagua. Kwetu alikuwa anakuja every week, alikuwa anakuja mara kama 5 mara 6 akituambia, alikuwa anajua nyimbo zote za Kikuyu, alikuwa anajua hata verses za Bible za Kikuyu, hata alikuwa anaongoza kwa Mount Kenya, kanisa zote sijui ni gani ya Jakanyanga. Wakati tumemaliza, wakati tulimuingiza hivi, alianza kuplot kutuondoa kwa serikali. Sasa ameanza kuplot pia kuondoa wale watu wako kwa serikali ambao walipata wakiwa ndani.
Asante. Nilisikia juzi Olokola akiuliza netwa Igudhania.
Yes.
I think first you must know that before Rigiji became a saint, he was also a devil. Rigiji was the one who was waking up at 5 to go and insult police to shoot people, to shoot people. Rigiji is the first one who said if kama unafanya maandamano ndio polisi kurusha na papai.
Alisema polisi hawatakukiss.
Hawatakukiss, they'll shoot you. So Rigiji is an equal evil as Ruto. Okay. But what you're saying, despite Kibaki being bad, he was given a second term.
Right.
And this Ruto mess was given by this gentleman. They were told, vote for Raila. Hapana, tutaka Raila, tutaka William. Eat your purpose now or your tomatoes. You get the point?
I get the point.
Despite Uhuru being so bad in 2017, Uhuru lost in 2017. The Supreme Court said in 2017 that Uhuru did it fairly. Yeah. He was forced to work for a second term. Despite the worstness of Ruto, he will go for a second term.
Okay.
That is what we are saying, and me I'm saying as a Polintana. Ruto must get his full 10 terms, just like Uhuru did, despite our evilness, his evilness, the same as Kibaki.
Okay.
Ruto must get his full 2 terms. If you look at the 10 years of Kibaki, what can you count of Kibaki's 10 years? Thika Road only. What else? Nothing else. No, the others are very small things. 10 years of Uhuru Kenyatta, 10 years of Uhuru Kenyatta, we can only count on Mamau roads and the commercial expressway. Yeah. What else? Nothing else. Tokedam is collapsed after 60 billion. It's stalled. There's nothing much. Ruto's time, let's give him 10 years. In fact, in 5 years, we are going to see the first project from Rironi to Mount Summit. That is a plus. The works are going on, the roads are being cleared. So let's give this corruption and what Uhuru was the most corrupt. Uhuru borrowed 7 trillion. 7 trillion is a lot of money.
8.
8 trillion is a lot of money.
Left, we had, no, ilikuwa si zake zote.
Yes.
8.7 trillion.
Yes, it's a lot of money.
Ukichanganya na ya Kibaki pia.
If you keep, plus you have mentioned that person. What can you count? What can you count? So for me,
talking about the amount.
Yes, for me, let us give Ruto 2 term. Corruption cases, if you want corruption cases, we can discuss it in another forum.
So things like the presidency spending 88 billion in 3 years compared to Uhuru's 90 billion in 10 years, those ones don't worry you?
No, even them, they were saying in the budget, is that much, but the amount they stole institutionally, institutionally, whereby even they passed laws to assist them in stealing. It's a lot of money. Expressway alone, they are going to get around 150 billion in 30 years.
Okay. Can I ask you, gentlemen, the two of you a question?
Yes.
Our time is up.
Yes.
This one I don't want you to actually answer, but I'm going to ask you.
But to listen.
Well, no, to think about. Do you think Kenyans vote because of the things the two of you are saying?
Sorry?
Do you think the Kenyan voter votes because of what the two of you are saying?
Kenyans are emotional voters. They vote emotionally.
No, then I said, think about it.
Actually, I'll read a comment here by Orlando.
To finish up, yes. I saw people asking, this part talk about politics. We have to talk about also things that happen now. I just want to make a comment on Mafuta. Mafuta increased. It's going to be a pain for us, and the government has come in to reduce the taxes from around 16% to 8%. Our wish, what they should do now is to advise the government. Me as a popo, tell the government the truth.
Yes,
they should reduce the taxes to near zero. Then, now that we have National Infrastructure Fund,
yes,
let us remove the fuel levy, road maintenance levy, to a significant low amount of money, so that people should feel less tax on fuel, because our tax on fuel go to almost 50% of the cost. So let us reduce the tax on fuel so that we can raise money to build proper infrastructure. Today,
yes,
if you drive in this city, if you drive to the village, there are potholes all over because of poor workmanship. The road from Ngong to Suswa, just about a year and a half ago, today the road has potholes from Ngong to Suswa.
Okay.
So let us focus on proper infrastructure development that can last as a generation. But even of doing a road takes 6 months, 4 months, 8 months. Let us pump money to education sector.
Mheshimiwa, I agree with you, because hata kuna moja imejengwa huko side za Mololongo, ilianza Januari ikamalizwa February, iko na mashida, iko na mashimo tayari.
So that's where the RMF is going.
Something, about hivyo amesema 7.8 trillion. That is Uhuru's 10 years. 10 years in office. William amechukua almost 5 trillion kwa miaka 3. As we speak, William wants State House and his office from exchequer apewe 17 billion. Ya kufanya nini? Ya kuzunguka kupeana maharagwe kwetu, sijui kama kwao wanapewa, kwetu tunaletewa maharagwe, tunaletewa mchele, tunaletewa unga, ndio tuweze kuenda mikutano zao. For you to attend ile mikutano yote unaona, huwezi enda bila kupata 2000 na mchele na maharagwe, na hiyo maharagwe baadaye inatugurumisha tumbo. Hiyo ndio tunaletewa kule Mount Kenya na hii serikali wakijaribu kutuguza. That is why I'm saying 17 billion ukijiuliza ni ya kufanya kazi gani kule State House? Kuita watu kuwapatia 10,000, wanaita walimu kama 10,000, wanapatia kila mtu 10k. Baadaye unapata a day they are spending more than 100 million. Wanaita madaktari the same. Yani kuliko wachukue hiyo pesa wapeleke kufanya kazi ya wananchi, waende kupeleka kwa capitation, waende kupeleka kwa kazi zile zinahitajika, hizo mabarabara anasema. Wanawekelea kupatia watu kuhonga. Na uchaguzi ikifika, sisi kwanza ni watu wazuri sana wa kukula na kupiga kura mahali tunafaa.
Unajua Paul,
ndio
I think the listeners and the citizens need to question all these political parties, whether it's DCP, whether it's ODM. These people don't have a solution for your problems. Because you give them an opportunity to talk, and all they're doing is fault finding with each other. And yet, we all acknowledge as Kenyans we have a problem. None of you has come up with a solution for the problems we have. And that is the damning situation of our political parties in this country.
Kuna message hapa ya London niliweza kusoma but imepotea, lakini anyway, nonetheless tutapatana tena tu. So waheshimiwa, asanteni tena sana for this conversation. I wish you all the best as far as 2027 is concerned. But for now, tunasema kwa heri. See you tomorrow bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning.